Det blir jag. Ja. Så det är jag, Svante, och sen Monish, och sen Kai, och sen inspelat. Så de kan ju ta varsitt. Sa ni inte att det fanns två? Nej. Vi har bara två sätt. Ska jag köra med mick? Är det bättre? Så ska jag ta av den här? Eller hur?
Det är lite lättsamt.
Ja, jag tror det. Så får Monish och Kai.
Hello.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. How great to be here at this fantastic hotel in the fantastic, almost birthplace of me, at least half of me, Östersund. So half of me is from here, just so you know. Warm welcome to the final conference of Green Flyway 1.0. Makes me wonder, will be a 2.0 maybe? I think that will be part of what we will discuss here. We have participants in the room, we have participants online. So I don't know if we turn to the camera and wave to everyone online. We see the camera there so that they feel welcome. Great to have you all here. My name is Fredrik Kämpfe, and I'm the Director for Industry Affairs at the Swedish Aviation Industry Group. In Swedish, that's Svenska Flygbranschen, eller Transportföretagen Flyg, as we also call ourselves. So my organization, we are the industry representatives of the whole ecosystem of aviation, except for state-owned, we could say, roughly speaking. And I have the honor to be your best friend today and tomorrow, your moderator. So I will try to keep you to your coffee breaks and into the sessions, but I need your help because it's a very, very challenging agenda. And I think that Anne and Hans, when you organize this program, you probably have seen it. It's quite massive. So we have 2 half days, and with these 2 half days, we will do probably almost more than you do in the whole week. We have, I tried to count them, some 30 speakers, some doublets, but some 30 speakers, and some 25 agenda points. So I need your help to keep track of time and to be back from breaks on schedule, okay? But I'm sure we will be successful. Together we will make this work. The whole conference is divided into 3 parts. You have seen the program, 3 blocks. Framework for electric aviation of the future, drone and airspace. This is what we will start with in a few minutes. And then we have, as a second block, results and experiences from Green Flyway 1.0. And then tomorrow, we will discuss future opportunities and strategies. How can we speed up the transition? So, without further ado, let's kick this conference rolling. And we start with Mr. Svante Axelsson. We can see you on screen, Svante. Can you say hi to the audience?
Hello.
Great. You are the national coordinator for a very, very important project, or movement almost. It's Fossil-Free Sweden. And we are very excited to have you here, and we are very excited to hear what you have to say. So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and so exciting to be part of this conference, which really are on the edge. And I wish you really good luck these 2 days. As you heard, I'm National Coordinator for Fossil-Free Sweden. It's a governmental initiative to promote the transition into the fossil-free economy. It's a very easy job for me, because people in Sweden now support this transition very, very strongly. From the companies, from the sectors, from the unions, from the politicians. We see a new opportunity to be a fossil-free welfare nation. And we want to be one of the fossil-free welfare nations in the world to show other countries that it is not painful. It's not a burden, as we heard so many years ago. So we can say we want to develop our competitiveness by being fossil-free. And we use it to take it that way, because in that way we think in another perspective. It's a possibility for Sweden. And we want to be a permanent exhibition for fossil-free technology. So that fit very well into this discussion at this conference, how we can be part of that showroom in reality. And as you heard, we have many good storytellers, and we have produced, together with the sectors in Sweden, 22 different roadmaps that say we want to speed up the tempo because we see possibilities to increase our competitiveness by being fossil-free. And I think that's unique in the world, that we have so strong leaders from the companies and the sectors that see this transition in that perspective. And I'm really impressed about what the aviation sector in Sweden has done so far. And we have a new language, a new self-confidence, where we talk to be, and they talk and say they want to be fossil-free in domestic airways into 2030. And the first step is, of course, to use our forests, and we are very focused on to produce aviation fuel from the rest products in the forest. And that's the main tool in the short perspective. But the team for today is, of course, take the next step. And it's really exciting to see how electrification is going so very fast in the car sectors, in trucks, and even in the aviation sector. And I think it's very, very interesting to see how we can develop new products and new services, not only to subsidize the other plans, but also have a new possibilities to give services to the countryside and to use different type of products in this electric cluster, you can say. So in that perspective, we also want, of course, to produce these aeroplanes in Sweden. This could be the new industrial sector. We have the battery sector now, and we have hydrogen sector. We love to have new industrial sectors that solve the problem on this planet. So with our tradition, I think we could be a part of that cluster. And perhaps we can work together, Nordic, because now we are working even with Denmark and Finland and Norway, and to together be part of this excellence of this new technology. So I'm very happy to just know that you have this meeting 2 days. I wish you good luck, and I think we all need to tell the story to the people in the world, that now we are changing the world and we see possibilities, and we have the technology more or less on the table. So just do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Svante. You get an applause from here.
Thank you.
So thanks, Svante. Great having you on board as the first speaker. Now we have a small agenda correction. Kerstin Arnemo from Östersund's kommun, municipality, also chairperson for Jämtkraft, correct? Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. And very welcome to Östersund for those who doesn't live here. We are a community that want to develop, we want to go in the front, and we really want to go from black to green. This conference is perhaps, and I'm not rude now, perhaps the most important conference in this project, to collect the knowledge from the project. We all often think like this: start, stop. But actually, when we get an idea, we start to feel very energetic and very, wow, the energy goes up. Then we start to form the project, the energy goes down. Then we have to do a lot of things, to do all these small parts in the project, lots of energy. Then we are starting to end the project, and we are at the energy level 0 again. And we can also look at it like this, circularity. This is the way to close the energy in a project, to learn and to get knowledge how we can continue and start the next one. Wow. And start the next. We are really good in doing this. And in the end, we have lost a lot of energy because this costs. We feel that it costs to put the knowledge together and to make reflections, but this is the way to form the energy circle. So this seminar today and tomorrow is so important for the moving forward with new energy. Very welcome.
So now we know that we can use the whole wall to make graphs. Thank you very much, Kerstin. Now, let's start with the program as advertised. We have a couple of keynote speakers for you. 2 are here live and will perform from the stage. And we will have one recording as well from another keynote speaker. But we would like to start with inviting Munish Kuran, Senior Manager of ATM, UTM, Business Development of Eurocontrol. Eurocontrol is, of course, very, very important for the development of this kind of new technology, this kind of new activity, because we have an airspace which was designed for something else, put it bluntly. Now we have to make sure that the future airspace can also take care of the new technologies. And we have many of us here and also, I think, in the audience working on different aspects of this. And we'll be very, very interested to hear what our keynote speakers has to say about this. And as soon as we get the technology working, we will have Munish and his presentation.
Well, I'll start talking before.
Yeah. So now go ahead, and we'll manage with that technology, of course. Här är adapters. You need some adapters?
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, anyway, good afternoon while this happens. I'm not sure if this is working. It's working. You can hear me. Good afternoon for being here. I'm delighted to be here. It's my first time in Östersund, and even more delighted after a wonderful flight that we took, both Kai and I, this morning. So we got a chance to appreciate the wonderful city you live in, and the wonderful region you live in. So really nice to be here. What I'd like to share with you today is our view, if you like. Is that any better? I think they can hear me anyway. Oh yes, it is. Is our view. I come from Eurocontrol, and Eurocontrol is in the a business of safety of air navigation. So I'll talk a little bit about it. We have limited time, so please do tell me, Mr. Moderator, when I need to zip it. All right. So I think the way we're going to do it is let's use about 15 minutes where you listen to me, and then we'll have 5 minutes where you can ask questions. But I would say if you've got any question, don't wait. Just ask anytime. And I also understand that later on in the afternoon we have a panel where you get a chance to ask more questions to us. So please do ask questions. It's as much a learning process for myself to learn about this project and the needs of this region as it is for me to share what we've got with you guys. So let's first kick it off with a little bit about what my company does, for those of you who don't know. In simple terms, if you were to take a flight from Östersund to, let's say, Paris, the takeoff and landing is taken care of at the airports by the Air Traffic Control Center, and the bit in the middle is what we manage, which is basically the flow of traffic. If the flow of traffic is not managed correctly, then the chances are that you could have too many aircrafts in the airspace, which could cause unsafe situations. So we're in the business of safety of aviation. So this gives you a brief idea of what the European airspace looks like, how challenging it is, if you see the number of air traffic controllers in the geographic areas and the number of airports around. Now, what we have done typically at Eurocontrol, we do about 5 or 6 things that help manage this flow of traffic. By far, the most important thing we do is to manage this network of aircraft flying in the airspace, and hence we are called the network manager as a functional entity as such. We also have an innovation hub down in Paris, just south of Paris, where we do a lot of R&D activities. We have simulators to do what-if scenarios and to look at to see how to incorporate new scenarios into the existing airspace. We have an upper area center in Maastricht in South Holland. Civil military coordination is very important for us because it's important for us that any airspace changes that take place, or in fact even in the management of the airspace, that the military is taken into account. So that's effectively, and we're based in 4 countries, as you can see. We have about 41 members and 2 associated members, Morocco and Israel. So let's now, so we are basically aviation people, if you like. Now let's move on to what I understand is your project, the Green Flyway project. I find it very interesting. There is a drive, of course, across Europe to make the most from drones, eVTOLs, regional air mobility, if you like. That's what I like to think. And electric aviation is the way to go. We heard 4 or 5 times already from the lady as well, from the commune, who wanted to use the entire wall, that we want to go green. You want to go green? So I think electric aviation offers us that opportunity. I'm delighted to learn how, in this project, various cities across Norway and Sweden are working together to create this, what's called the highway for drones, where you've got Røros, the Sveg, Östersund and Trondheim. What is important and what we see across Europe, of course, is it's not just flying an aircraft, electric aircraft or a drone or an eVTOL from point A to point B. That's just a means to an end. Exactly what is it that we're trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve some sort of transformation. Now, whether that transformation is for regional air transport or that transformation is to work on congestion in a busy city, Amsterdam, Paris, London, or that transformation is perhaps even in suburban cities to help deliver medical parcels that save lives, or mission critical parcels and activities. And we understand so far that this project, it's quite revolutionary really. So congratulations for all of you for finishing the first phase and now moving to the next phase, whichever phase that is. But I'd like to think it's probably part of the circle. I like this analogy, really do. The number of times we've seen the hypes and then nothing happens, but I think this is where we need to be. I agree. So what I'd like to share with you perhaps is some challenges that we see from integrating aircrafts like in electric aviation, drones, eVTOLs. Now, whether they are for regional transport or they are for urban transport, or what's also called the advanced air mobility, some of the challenges are pretty common, and therefore I'd like to pick and choose and share with you some of those and just talk about them. The first and foremost, no doubt, is technical. If small aircraft, such as the ones we saw this morning, and in future the drones and eVTOLs are going to share the airspace with conventional aircrafts, we're going to have to share data, technical data, flight data, between all these aircraft to be able to ensure that we strategically deconflict all these aircraft in time, that they are away from each other. There's no problem as such. So therefore, we need to have new data exchange protocols that we need to define to be able to share that knowledge. In future, more in the cities, but quite likely also in regional transport areas, like between here and Røros and in Trondheim, when you have many electric aircrafts flying, it's not the air skies are not going to look as clean as they are. There'll be a lot more over there as such. And today we are working with the air traffic control centers to be able to fly these aircraft and to separate them from conventional aviation. In future, when the traffic goes up, the load on air traffic controllers will be very high, and we don't want that. We do not want that, because the more load we put on air traffic controllers to take decisions, the more chances that it could make mistake, and that is not safe. That we don't want. So we want new technologies in terms of technical technologies that are able to detect these drones and aircrafts automatically and avoid them without the human in the loop. We need that in future to achieve that. And then in terms of the current communication, navigation and surveillance technologies that we use for conventional aviation, they won't work with these small aircrafts. Their characteristic is very different. The altitude they fly at is very different. The way they move is very different. The speed is very different. So we will need the new communication, navigational and surveillance technologies with new performance requirements for these aircraft as such. So a lot of this is going to be needed. And then move on from operational or technical to operational, which is where a lot of us in Eurocontrol belong. We will need to integrate these aircraft in the existing airspace. So try and imagine, if you have a highway where you're driving your car and you want to integrate a bicycle on the highway, what will happen? Well, chaos. That will happen. Very unsafe. The speed with which a bike will move is very different to the speed with which a car moves and others. The technology they use is very different. The way the drivers will look at each other and behave will be very different. And what that means is that a similar thing might happen if we were to integrate a slower moving electric aircraft, drones or eVTOLs in future, along with the large A380s and 777s and the medium scale A320s and other flying vehicles in there, we need to redefine or change the rules of the air. We need to do that. We in Eurocontrol work very closely with EASA, and together with EASA and our partners, we are working to try and redefine these rules of the air, because until we have those rules of the air, where everyone knows where he or she or they are going to fly, it's going to be unsafe. So it's very important for us. A lot of these aircraft, also small ones, they use different reference system for altitude, whereas a conventional aircraft would use one type of system for altitude, the little drones would use different ones. So we need to redefine a common reference system for altitudes as well in future. And the trajectory or the journey, I think, that we are going to take to move from where we are today to future, because at the end of the day, what we're aiming for is autonomous flights. The reason why we want autonomous flights is if we don't have autonomous flights, we don't have a positive business case in future. And in order for us to have that, we need to move slowly but surely. So we will first take the journey through a piloted aircraft to move things, cargo and humans across, and then build confidence, build data, learn from it, build trust, and then move from there into unmanned or uncrewed ones. So operationally, we're going to have to move very closely. Regulatory, no doubt, and Kai will probably talk about a lot more in future, but you will have noticed that a lot of work has been done and is being done on defining and refining the regulations. We already have some regulations, and the acceptable means of compliance or guidelines to implement those are currently being worked at, so it will come. And I think one of the key things that I find as I go and talk and listen to people across Europe is this relationship between the European regulator, the EASA, and your national regulators, the CAAs as such. That's a very important relationship as well. And you know, at the end of the day, it's going to be the national regulators who deal with things happening within the nation as such. But that implementation of those rules, regulatory rules, and their correct implementation is quite important as such. Now, today, we have some standards to help us implement some of those regulations and use the technologies. But the difficulty we're facing today is that the entry barrier for people to get into this ecosystem of electric aviation and drones and eVTOL is quite high right now. The investment needed to get in there is quite high. And that is because we are still in early days of this journey. Yeah. In order for us to decrease the entry barrier and make it easier for small to medium scale enterprises to enter, and also for the existing enterprises to do it in a safe, repeatable, predictable and efficient manner, we need to have standards. And there are standards organizations in Europe, but also internationally, that are working on it. So we need that. That's a challenge. Without going into too much details, one very big challenge, of course, two very big channels just really are. One is financial. Where's the investment going to come from? The state can probably help to do some of the early projects, R&D activities, and perhaps even kick off some of the things. But these projects, these operational, commercial projects, they need to be self-sustaining financially. Otherwise, it becomes too difficult for them to get. And what we don't want is this. Really, to go around this and come here, oh, oops, wait a minute, we haven't got much that we can't sustain it. So really, I'm really delighted that the lady made this. I'm going to refer to this again and again. Take a picture of it. Show it to my kids as well, on how they can learn. Exactly. So finances. And currently, the European Investment Bank is one of the many sources that is providing some subsidies and funds to help start these projects. And you guys have also benefited from it. In future, we're hoping that a lot more of these will come, finances. And by far, the most important and the most relevant constraint that we need to work on and challenge that we need to fix is societal. We need to gain the trust of society that they support this kind of transportation, that we do not infringe privacy of individuals when an small electric aircraft, or drones or eVTOLs fly over their houses. It's not too noisy. It is safe. It is. We have to convince them, and we have to convince them with data and with good arguments, solid safety arguments as such. That's when we will win their trust. Without them, none of this is going to be possible. So, very quickly, where's Eurocontrol now? What are we doing to help with all this? We do about 6 or 7 things to help achieve or address these challenges, one of which is we do a lot of research and innovation. You see on the board some of the projects that we're working on. Our flagship project is Chorus XUM, and in Sweden you guys are also involved through IBG and through LFV. With these projects we are trying to generate and define concepts of operation so that the conventional aviation and the new aviation, new entrants, can coexist and work with each other. But at the same time, we're also trying to do large-scale demonstrations to verify what we're doing as such. And you can easily grab this list from our website, no doubt, and I think these slides will be made available to you. So we do research and investment, but the other thing we also do then is, whilst a lot of these research projects, which are invariably funded by the European Commission's CESAR and Horizon 2020 funding sources, we also work with the CESAR joint undertaking to make sure that these projects lead from one to the other, and there is some sort of coordination that takes place so that there is an overall concept behind it. Now, I want to focus a bit more on how we can help you in a minute, but in addition to research and innovation, we are also very active on working alongside our colleagues in EASA in defining the regulations. We offer technical and operational support to EASA in that, and we also define guidelines on how then to implement those regulations. But not just within Europe, also within ICAO, as Eurocontrol is an agency, and there are 43 member states, and Sweden is one of them. We represent Sweden as well as other member states at ICAO level, so that our European way of doing things is not lost. In fact, more than that, if we don't do that collectively as a group of European nations, then everything will become American, which is not a problem, but America has a very different airspace. It's one sovereign country. They have one way of doing it, but in Europe, we are a group of many countries, and we have many different ways, so we need to make sure that the European view is incorporated with IATA, no doubt. But where I want to spend some time, because I know it's limited, is some of the things that we're doing on the ground where I think perhaps in phase 2 of your project we'll be able to help you with. One of which is that we are conducting airspace risk assessments across some cities at the moment. 4 of those are listed, and we've also completed in 2 other cities. Why do we need that? In addition to the fact that it's needed because of the regulations, but in simple terms, if you are going to use electric aviation, aircraft, drones and eVTOLs in future, and they're going to fly along with other commercial flights, you need to figure out in the region or in the city above the ground level what's actually happening today. Now, I realize perhaps in regional air mobility between let's say Östersund and Røros and in Trondheim, the airspace may not be that crowded. It's possible. Maybe not as crowded as it is in Lisbon or Tel Aviv, because in those cities there's a lot of military airspace that's crowded there. There are controlled and restricted areas as such. But what an airspace risk assessment does is it allows you to take a picture, a snapshot of what's happening above your airspace today. And if you wanted to integrate your new electric aviation aircraft into it, you should in theory be able to figure out how and why it needs to be done, or whether it can be done or not. And if it can't be done, you need to then reconfigure your airspace itself. In addition to that, we also help a number of other countries, and some of those are listed there, in just helping them gradually. A lot of it is education, running seminars like these, but also actually holding their hands and taking them through the journey of bringing in new forms of new entrants into the airspace. Now, I want to give you very quickly a view of what the airspace above Tel Aviv looks like. Now, these different colors basically tell you that they're already occupied, the airspace. Large parts of this airspace is occupied by military for obvious reasons that you can appreciate, which means that if they want to fly eVTOLs and drones in this airspace, well, they can, but the opportunities are very few and far between. So then they need to take a decision that how much of the commercial activity is needed via drones and eVTOLs and urban air mobility and regional mobility. And if they can't achieve that in there, they're going to have to reconfigure it to work with their military, their police, their airport, their air navigation service provider, their ministry, to try and reconfigure this so commercial activity can start with that. Then I also want to give you a quick view of what we're doing in Lisbon, for example. We create risk pictures on the ground, in the air, how many people live there in terms of population density as such, what are the existing helicopter routes over there to see what's available, what's not available, and then that allows us to then enter in a dialogue with authorities on how they can achieve their goals of including new aircraft and new entrants. Quickly moving, in addition to all the other things, the fourth thing we do is in our research and innovation center in south of Paris, we have we're building a capability of sophisticated simulator, and the reason why we need that is, let's take your example. Before you actually fully operationalize and commercialize your electric aviation route between here and parts of Norway, you may want to run some of those simulations internally in a sophisticated simulator and see where the risks are. You might even be able to run these and figure out the what-if scenarios, see what the weather conditions are and what to behave and how that. So and also you can then validate your own solutions. To help you and others, we've got a couple of minutes, to help you and others on achieving that, we have an initiative called European Network of Use-Based Stakeholders, which helps stakeholders to move from demonstrations, where you are today, to actually deployment in future. We have about 400 companies, businesses in Europe that are part of it. We actively share our lessons learned from everyone and define best practices, so you don't have to fall in the same traps that other people have already fallen into it. That's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to help people to avoid those. And this is authorized by the European Commission. We run it in combination with EASA, with CESAR Joint Undertaking and the European Commission. We run it through dialogues, think tank discussions, and sharing best practices. So for those of you who want to be members of it, please do drop me a line. It'd be great, and we would love to share with you and also learn from you. It's a two-way street. Okay. Lastly, well, a couple of slides left. We have created an inventory of test centers across Europe. We did that last year. When we started this, we conducted a survey. We thought there might be about 10, maybe 11. We found 50 test centers across Europe itself, and they're spread out all over the place. And this, what we're trying to do here is, you can go to our website and you'll see a list of those. You can click on any one of those and you can see what capabilities they provide, whether there's an airstrip there or not, whether they provide simulation, whether they do airspace risk assessments, and so on and so forth, all their details. So you can pick it up from there. So, 2 slides, moderator, and then we're done. One of the things that's very important for us, and we will again have to work with you and other test centers, is this. As these new entrants, whether they are in the low level of airspace, such as the electric aviation and drones, or the ones that go into suborbital for satellite navigation, they interact with the bit in the middle, as I talked about, which is the airspace that we manage. So we are trying to identify and investigate the impact of this new aircraft operating in the airspace on the current operations and technical things. so that we are in a position then to ensure that at all times we are safe. And there's a project running because of that. On the 29th of November of this year, a new strategy called the EU Drone Strategy 2.0 will be released by the European Commissioner of Transport in Brussels, and that will show the enhanced direction and the new direction that the European Commission wants to promote in all the European parts. One of which, there are a number of aspects of it, but if you look at this, and it's all on website, you can then go and identify how it will help you. It will really help you in your own journey that you want to take. The last slide, and then we're done. Now, here's a view of, this was a report that European Investment Bank commissioned, and that gives you an idea of what the future of a city might look like, congested city. But this is more into a congested city rather than in regional airspace. You could quite easily extend the idea to regional airspace as well, to see in future if there are all these various aircraft flying in the same airspace, there will be a need for technology, there will be a need to manage the transport system, there will be a need to coordinate with each other, and we cannot put the burden on humans. We need lots of technology behind. We need to automate. We need automation to make things efficient. That is the end of my presentation. Do we have any time for questions or later?
I think we will take the questions then towards the end,
Okay.
and then we have a panel discussion.
Yes.
So keep your questions. I'm sure that a lot of interesting things pop up. But first of all, thank you, Monish.
Thank you.
And well, I for one will have a look out on the 29th of November.
Please do.
For
Please
the
do
report.
come down, yeah.
Yes, and it will be very interesting to see what is cooking in your kitchen. Many things, and I think that each one of these, let's say, dimensions that you presented would be worthwhile to have a longer session.
Sure.
But that we will have at another opportunity, because now I welcome Mr. Kai Bauer, an old colleague of mine from European Aviation Safety Agency in Cologne, Köln. Willkommen. And while Kai is getting settled, I can tell you that Kai is today the principal advisor for sustainable air mobility at EASA. When I worked there, I left 2018. I think he was still the head of environmental department at EASA. So we had a lot of fun things and tough things as well on ICAO level to deal with. And I'm very, very pleased that you could make it here today to give us EASA's view on what we are talking about and this Green Flyway project. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Fred. It feels a bit like coming home in that sense. Great to be able to work again in different roles, but still, I think on the same overall objectives that we are working together. Before I start to talk around sustainable, innovative air mobility, I guess have a little technical break and better audio for you.
We can take the microphone. Oh, there we go. That's it.
Maybe that's better. Still not on. Let's just like that. Maybe I take them. No, I think it works, right? So we'll be fine. I think. I wanted to share a little bit of a personal perspective before we go into the actual topic. Knowing that we are here at the conference of Green Flyway 1.0, an Interact project, and I think it's worth to remind ourselves of, apart from the technical content, also the value of Interact project as such. I personally, I'm German national. I come from a small village near the French border, near the Alsace. So we have a history of going back and forth between countries, plenty of wars in the past. Now there's Interact projects where we go, hiking across the border, which used to be, fought over for centuries. I think that we cannot I think value low enough the or enough the advance we've made here. And I think here your project between Sweden and Norway of course has a similar connotation around bringing people together across the border with different ideas, but for advancing the economies, but also advancing a peaceful Europe, which I think we all know is something that we really need to be there for, cautious of in these days. So that's just by way of introduction from the Interreg component of this project. Coming to sustainable, innovative air mobility, I think we've talked a lot, and Munish has already given you an insight, an outlook into the future of how this will look. And I wanted to start actually looking in the future, looking a little bit back, maybe 120 years back, to show you a little bit how 100 years ago a French artist saw the future. Some of you might have seen this. This is a French artist depicting the future, how he would expect the year 2000. And there you have your air taxi, as we would say, a vertiport today, pretty nicely designed, almost as good as in the EASA rules for vertiports. So it's already there. But you might have noticed that my presentation is about innovative air mobility. We don't talk only about urban air mobility, precisely, and I think you are a very, very good example of that, precisely because we believe that this innovative air mobility can help not only the cities, but also the regions. There you go, 100 years ago, the vision was already there to have your flying postman, and I think it just shows how human ingenuity can project things. And we're a bit late there, maybe 20 years late on this, but I think it's starting to be happening with what you're doing in today. So the future is now. Your project is all about putting that into practice across a border, which is not an easy thing to do. I've been recently on a border demonstration where the cross-border flight actually didn't work for various technical and regulatory reasons. So it's not an easy thing to do at all. When it comes to the pathway towards making this future happen, from EASA perspective, of course, being the regulator and certifying aircraft, doing the design verification reports for the drones, we do see the pathway of technology that is sort of starting to evolve, and the future is becoming clearer in that sense. And what you see on that slide is a little bit what we currently have already in place, and the projects that are ongoing, of course, where industry developments are also pushing us as regulators to put systems in place that help to make sure that these elements can be flying. We've seen already, you're aware of the specific categories, the rules are out for that. We've published NPAs, so proposals for rules recently on the free routing in a network, and manned AAMs and autonomous vehicles are on the horizon. So all of that is happening, and it's in the aviation is in that sense a slow business. So what we see today is going to be the future, and we're trying to shape that. Crucially, I think that's just one important step, is that we will start with, also for eVTOLs, we will start with manned operation before they go autonomous, for various technical and societal reasons as well. Munish mentioned already the people out there, and as a regulator, I think it's fair to say, and I will not get into trouble with my colleagues, that we need to understand sometimes the people that are out there. Sometimes we get focused on the rules, on what is technically possible, what we need to make possible, but for a totally new kind of aviation, we need to understand what do the people think out there. So EASA has conducted, for that reason, a societal acceptance study, as it was called. It's on the internet. You can have a look there for those who might not have seen it. And it does a couple of remarkable things came out of that study. Maybe if you've seen the depiction of 100 years ago, maybe not that surprising that there's a really positive connotation to innovative air mobility and certain services. So 93% of the respondents really had a positive attitude towards it. of course, always with a focus on public interest services. So it will be for sure easier in terms of public perceptance to fly around a defibrillator in a drone rather than delivering a product, a pizza in a already quite overcrowded place. But when it comes to actually deliverables and delivery in more remote areas, of course the picture will change again. We've discussed this morning, how it will take in northern Sweden for people to get around. It's what is in my neighborhood. It's a journey across the whole of the country you do to visit your neighbor. So I think with that in mind, of course, the importance of these kind of new technologies will be much more important for society. And there's this positive connotation that we can build on, for sure. Then safety is there. EASA is the safety and sustainability regulator. It's obvious that everybody expects us to deliver the same level of safety as for commercial aviation, or for existing traditional aviation. So I think that's just the bottom line we have to be aware of, and that's why the EASA rules, as they have been proposed, they take that into account. So the statistical safety levels that we expect there are also to be translated into the new system. And I think everybody who wants to start a new business and a new economic activity needs to be aware of the fact that if it's not safe, then forget about it. You get one picture with an accident, and we're going to be talking about a very different future in that sense. So that's the bottom line. Then there's environment and noise. Fred mentioned I used to be head of the environment department certifying aircraft at EASA, so for emissions, engine emissions, noise, and now also CO2. So there's obviously the need to translate that into this new world, and I'll talk a little bit more in a minute about that. One last point, because I will mention some project that EASA is doing around that, is the last one that you see here. The regulatory authorities must work together at all levels. Now, as a regulator, this is a fascinating outcome because you ask people out on the street and they already tell you, hey, you guys have to work together. So I think obviously this is very much in the conscience of people. And I'm quite sure in your practical experience over Fly Greenway 1.0, you had that experience as well, huh? And we'll show you a couple of areas that we are working on to make that happen. Europe is a place that is all about the different layers, and we need to find ways to bring those layers together. So just a couple of slides or a couple of highlights on what kind of regulatory challenges we are facing. Societal acceptance we already mentioned and we talked about. So that's I think the expectation of society that we need to deliver in order to make it all happen. The safety regulation is also something I've already mentioned. It's one we're looking into, and knowing that there's a lot to be thought about here to make sure that the safety risks are managed appropriately. Risk management is not about not flying. It's not about not taking risks. It's about managing that risk, and we need to understand, of course, from operational centric point of view, what that means. What does it mean for the new kind of services that are being developed? And of course, at the heart of one important element, which is relevant, I think, also for this region, is of course the population density that you're flying over. So population density has become one of the important drivers in this context. Part of what they call SORA, also the risk assessments that are being done in order to get certain activities approved. So population density, if you want to fly from Cologne to the airport, is a different story than if you want to fly here to the ski slopes, just to make one example. Airspace integration, that's Munich has already covered that very nicely. It's ultimately, even out here, of course, there will be conflicts. There will be helicopter pilots who have their routes, who want to rescue people in the mountains, and you have to have those people on board to make sure that we're not hampering the kind of their business and their services that they are delivering to the society. So airspace integration is an extremely important and also complex area where rules have been provided. Eurocontrol is doing many projects in order to make sure that that's working from the technology and from the integrating side. Finally, one element that wanted to underline in terms of what they call here ecosystem integration. There could be other ways of calling it, but I think my title being about sustainable mobility, I think that's part of the message here. We need to find ways to cleverly integrate the different modes of transport, the different services, and maybe that's an idea for your future thinking of how to make sure that all the various services and multimodality is integrated. I mean, my kids are the Generation Z, and one thing that I learned from them always is they don't care really about the means of transport anymore. They want an app. I go from A to B. How do I go to? Okay, I take the scooter, I take the bike, I take the car. For them, the means of transport is something that it is a service. They already think that way. So if we don't prepare for that, we will miss basically the next generation who's going to pay for all of the services. So now how to tackle all of that? Of course, the other job, first of all, is to make sure that a regulation is not in the way, but is helping in this. And that's where EASA has put a lot of efforts to be ahead of the game, to be in many areas that you see here, also worldwide the first. So vertiports, NPA on certain operations, all of that was put out from EASA side as a worldwide first, to put some ideas on the ground. On the vertiports, for example, how do you fly into a vertiport in the airspace around it? So all of that thinking has been put out, and the NPA that is mentioned there, I think you still have a couple of hours to comment on that one NPA. I think it runs out, I think, end of September. So if you haven't done it yet, there's still the possibility. The great bit is all looking into the future. So what's upcoming, U-Space, AMC and guidance material, and then operator certifications next year, and then the vertiport authorizations in 24. So the timeline is there. EASA is trying to not be the one basically who is a stumbling block there. And at the moment, I think in most areas we certainly are not. Let's talk a little bit around sustainability and the new emerging value chain. So life cycle. We talked earlier about the circular. So actually, on the next slide, I'll do that in a circle. Because I think that's what it's all about. We're seeing a developing new industry with, if you take it really fully, we start with the supply and it goes up to the end of life, as you call it, or the recycling. The supplier side with the raw material side, I think is becoming also much more in people's conscience, with global supply chain issues, with rare materials being under competition by different actors globally. So what we see is an emerging value chain where we need to ask the question around the whole value chain, not only about the operational part. Is that sustainable? That's a big question. And we have big battery investment very close from here. And I think that's what we need to be aware of. If this is going to be electric, our whole view on sustainability has to change. Before, in traditional aviation, there's a turbine that burns the fuel and creates the CO2, and that's where the impact came from. So here, all in operations. Now we need to look, where do the raw materials for the batteries come from? How much CO2 is generated by building the aircraft with a battery pack inside? And what happens at the end of life in terms of recycling to recover that and reduce the overall impact? So sustainability question in what we're talking here about IAM is linked to, yes, we have no local CO2 emissions, but we need to look at the entire life cycle. And that's why we're addressing that through an approach to full life cycle assessment for the sustainability part. And then there's noise, of course. There we're a bit more at home. Okay, these things fly a bit differently than standard aircraft, but we have ways to measure the noise and then map it into cities and regions in that sense. So that's a bit around the sustainability and where EASA is taking that forward. Now, given the time, I don't want to go into all elements here. What you see on this slide, it's just giving an overview of where EASA tries to support and enable. It's many of the areas we've talked about, from vertiports standards to sustainability. Some elements might not be that straightforward around international cooperation to make sure that we get also beyond Europe a common view on things, which is of course important and needed. Civil military coordination is very important. Military has experience with drones. I understand we are also at the airport that used to be military, so there's a lot of interaction there and potential for synergies in these areas. So, coming back a little bit to what the stakeholders and the citizens told us in the survey was, okay, all layers should work together. Now, this slide does two things. First, it tells you that things are complicated. So I see some of you already looking like this. Yeah. So it's essentially trying to map the emerging product life cycle against the layers that we have in Europe in order to make this really happen. And who does what? So we have the municipality. We had already, yes, the lady from municipalities still here. So municipalities scratching their head, okay, how do we get this off the ground? How do we get vertiports in place? Where do they need to be? Where can they be? Or what do we need to allow for operations? There's emergency services, state services, the HEM services, the helicopters need to be involved. They need to understand what's happening. Regional authorities, there's regions with certain programs that can support. The national authorities, of course, that in the EU system do approval. They approve the production organizations. They approve the operations of airports. So all of that is across the system has different roles, and we need all of that to work together in order to get the societal acceptance and these new operations really off the ground. There's rules spread across the system, there's approvals spread across the system, and there's geozone information that's hosted there. So all of that needs to somehow work together, and if you see that, you get an impression of where the approvals are. They are partly with EASA, they are partly with the member states. You see that most of the rules now are European, so at least that's standardized. But then there's implementation happening in the member state. All of that needs to be, in one go. Looks like a little bit of a daunting task. So what do we do in order to help for that? We've been asked by the European Parliament as part of an entire program, of course. But European Parliament asked the EASA to put together the IAM hub, which will precisely help with the local actors, municipalities, to enter into this space, to share information between the different actors. That are, and of course this is also an invitation to be in touch with Östersund and the other Norwegian partners with EASA, because as we build up this system, the idea is to test what kind of information should be flowing through the system, which kind of legal information should be in it, how can it support on the three dimensions, on guidance, on collaboration efforts, of course, and on transparency information, which can be for local citizens to let them know, okay, what is now the noise situation with the potential new operations. So all of that we're trying to pull into this, what we call the IAM hub, and which is part of the European Commission's drone strategy 2.0. That's I think in a nutshell what we had for you to give you a glimpse of what EASA is doing at the European level, but really with a clear reminder and understanding that it will only work if all levels work together, and in that sense, creating a future is something, as I think we've seen from that artist depiction. They had already a vision for what we want to do. There was no technology to do it. Now we have the technology, and the vision is being realized of something that was sort of thought, would be good 100 years ago. What they didn't see, that's a clear omission. They did not see the climate crisis. They also didn't foresee the turbine, which is part of the climate crisis. So obviously there's limitations to what that foresight can be. But here you go. Let's create that future together in a cooperative way, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kai. Well, I think we all take with us quite a lot from that presentation, especially these fantastic pictures illustrating what we are doing here. I have a little quote for you, Kai. Maybe you heard it before, but Abraham Lincoln appears to have said, "The best way to predict your future is to create it." So there you are. Now we have a short video address from the Swedish government, or to be exact, Mr. Robin Jakobsson, who is the desk officer from the Swedish governmental offices. Robin, whom I met within the work within the Swedish Electrification Commission, he has been active there from the government, non-political side. He has some 10 years of experience working with commercialization of new technologies in both the private and public sector. And let's see if the technology is with us. At least I see him on the screen, on the small computer. So let's see if we get him on the big screens as well. And he will give us a short address on how the Swedish government and especially his offices are looking at this kind of project that we run in Östersund and Frösö. It's always tricky to shift computers, we know that. There we go. There is Robin. Great.
No. Sadly, due to private affairs, I'm unable to attend, but I thought a video would be better than nothing. This seminar. Sadly, due to private affairs, I'm unable to attend, but I thought a video would be better than nothing. Robin Jakobsson is my name, and I'm a non-political civil servant for the Swedish government's Electrification Commission. The commission is comprised of 16 commissioners from the public and private sector, including academia. And it is it's led by the Minister of Infrastructure. The aim of the Commission is to speed up the ongoing electrification of the transport sector. And for us, that includes the whole sector, so it includes heavy and light vehicles, it includes trains, shipping and aeroplanes. So we've got a big job in front of us. And we've been working on this for 2 years, and our mandate is about to end here on the upcoming Christmas. So, when I'm recording this, we still don't have a new government in place, but so there's a certain level of uncertainty regarding what policy the new government is going to put into place regarding electrical airplanes. Having said that, I would like to shortly describe the Swedish aeronautical industry and the former government's policy regarding electrical aeroplanes. And there's an important point to be made here. We include in the term both battery-based and hydrogen-based products. I think it's important that these two technologies are developing simultaneously in parallel. And so it's important that we support and enable both of these technologies to grow. Essentially, they could be part of a joint product in the future. Who knows? Sweden has an established aeronautical industry built around both military and civilian aircraft manufacturing, public R&D. And private R&D is integral for ensuring retaining the competitive edge of this industry. We have firms that are developing both battery and hydrogen-based solutions. So, for example, Gekran Aerospace is a leading manufacturer when it comes to aircraft components, gas turbines, and rocket engines. And they are developing right now a turbine for hydrogen-based aircraft. We also have Heart Aerospace, which is a startup and the startup is currently developing a hybrid-based, hybrid-powered regional aeroplane with up to 30 passengers. Basically, it's run on batteries, and it also has a backup power of conventional jet fuel. The company has received a lot of orders, and it's aiming to get the product into the market in 2028. And very positively, they just announced that they're building a new factory in southern Sweden, where they're going to have up to 500 staff. Now, Sweden is a sparsely populated country. Around 2/3 of the population live in the south, and even in the south we have areas where public transport isn't that developed. For the more northern parts of the country, we have flights are really important for the northern part of the country, both for businesses to retain their competitive edge, but also for ensuring the social cohesion of the country as a whole. And this is why the state subsidizes certain flight routes within the country. Electric aircrafts is seen as interesting both from an industrial policy perspective, but also from a transportation policy perspective, enabling the retention and also expansion of flight routes within the country, while simultaneously meeting climate targets is obviously interesting for a country such as ours. For example, short-range battery-based aircraft could be a new form of public transportation, both in northern and southern Sweden. Now, the former government's policy can be categorized into 3 strands. We have R&D, regulation, and commercialization support. And I'm going to delve in to give some examples from all 3 of these strands of what we've done. Basically, regarding R&D, we can see that public funding has increased substantially to electrical planes in the last few years. The Swedish Transport Authority recently published a report where they analyzed how Swedish R&D funding regarding electrical planes could be further developed and better organized. And essentially they came up with a few recommendations, which include more R&D funding, closer cooperation between public and private actors, and also for a more international cooperation. The report is being considered internally within the government offices right now. When it comes to adjusting and developing the regulations so that they fit electric aircraft, we have several public agencies which are adjusting and developing regulations as we speak. For example, we are developing the regulations regarding airspace. We're also working on certificates for new electric aircraft, getting them in place. And one can see is like there are things to be done both on a national but also a European level when it comes to the regulations. And finally, commercialization support. We've tasked the Swedish Energy Agency to analyze how electric aircraft can be included in an existing subsidy scheme so that new actors can attain a certain level of financial support for purchasing the first electrical airplanes. So I hope I've been able to give you an overview of why electric aircrafts are seen as important for Sweden as a nation, and also what the government is doing to support this key technology moving into the future. Thank you very much.
Robin, I think we give him a hand here of applause, although he can't hear it. What a professional. Very clear message, I think. And with the 3 strands, I think we see also that the government has done quite a lot in this area. And of course, we hope that the next government that we will see in a few days, perhaps, will give as much energy and more energy as well to this, because we need it if we're going to make the transition. Now we take a very short recess, kind of a leg stretcher, while the next team approaches the stage here and get ready with the microphones, if they work. Let's see.
leg stretchers. Funkar det? Funkar inte.
Den gör så här hela tiden. Direkt när man inte ställer in.
Alla innan. Okay. Hello everybody. Now we will share you some results and some reflections from Green Flyway 1.0. My name is Anne Sörensson and I share my time between being a climate strategist in city of Östersund and being the project manager for Green Flyway on the Swedish side.
Well, yes, and my name is Hans Dunder, eller Hans Dunder, and I'm a senior advisor for the project Green Flyway from the Swedish side. I'm a society planner as well as a pilot myself, and actually been flying both the two aircraft which are on the market today, these electric aircraft, both the Pure Flight Phoenix and the Pipistrel, Velis Electro.
My name is Martin Hulbekmo. I am the Norwegian project manager. I came into the project this year, so fairly new. I have been project manager for around 6 months.
And my name is Tor Iversen. I've been the project manager of aviation matters on the Norwegian side, and I had followed the Green Flyway project from its initial thoughts back in 2017. So this will be quite exciting.
And we also have in the room Stefan Johansson, our test coordinator, the econom Richard Bertilsson, and our communicator on the Swedish side.
Quite busy now.
Yes, Jörgen Wikström. Yeah. We was going to start with a film, and I hope it will start soon. It has been here, but it went away. Here it comes.
You see it?
Right.
Vi gör så att det är bättre att du kör med din nu och så drar vi igång filmen sen.
Okej.
Så, går det bra?
I can just tell you when they're working on that I hope that all of you that said on the registration form that you wanted to fly the electric plane, that all of you have received my emails, seen the schedule for the flights, and also the map how to get there. So if there are any questions,
Okay, we have some technical problems, but maybe we can start without the pictures.
So while we are waiting, we can say, of course, that flying electric is quite fantastic, and we have certain witnesses. Two of these guys have, both EASA and Eurocontrol have been trying. So Monish, what is your experience from flying over the fantastic area of Östersund?
Sensational, really. I loved it this afternoon, or this morning, in fact, and thanks for all of you for providing us with the opportunity. Well, maybe the one thing that I would share with everyone that struck me was how easy it was. How easy it was easy for me to say because I was not flying, but at least it looked like, for a novice like myself, that how easy it was for the pilot to do it. And by his own admission, he identified 3 or 4 different functions that he had to control and manage to do it. And frankly, we go around, I'll say for myself, learning theoretically and sharing theoretically what needs to be done, what can be but really when you fly up there, and then you get a sense of what's all this fuss about. I don't understand what this was. You know, it's possible. I could quite easily have used that opportunity to go and deliver some medical equipment or specimen and help someone on the other side, perhaps even, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 kilometers down the road, as such, or even longer. So thank you. I loved it, and I'm going to go back and tell my colleagues that they must have a flight themselves to appreciate it.
You're always welcome back, you know. So, and Kai, you told me that this was your first something.
It was my first zero emissions flight. The first time, and I was really excited to be on a plane for the first time.
Går du ta en fika nu istället? Se om vi kan ta en fika nu istället. Se om vi kan fixa till tekniken. Ja, jag tror vi tar lite fika medan vi fixar till tekniken.
Okay. So we have some trouble. You know, it's quite easy to fly an electric aircraft. I mean, we have proof of that, and I've done that several times now. So I know that, but it's quite difficult to get these kind of electrical vehicles or tools to work. So what we now suggest is that we take actually the coffee break now, so we can solve these technical issues. And that means on how many minutes?
Let's do 15 minutes. So we'll be back here at 10 past 2.
10 past 2 back, sharp. Thank you so very much. Have a good fika.
Then we start with some film time, showing some of the things we've done. Sorry for technical problems and orders and counter orders.
Vi är ganska små, men vi kan gå ganska fort.
Vi är inte testade. Det kan man inte göra nere i Amsterdam eller Rom eller sånt, utan det är vi.
Tida går. Det är 20 år som står igen. Och det är det tida vi har på att omställa oss.
Det är otroligt viktigt att vi kommer igång med den här forskning- och utvecklingsprojektet nu. Vi kommer inte att kunna köra med fossilplan. Vi måste få till en omställning av flyget och det inom kort.
Ja, vi ska bli fossilfri till 2030. Transporterna står för de största utsläppen. Och en av huvudstrategierna är ju elektrifiering.
Vi har ju ett önske om att elfly kan ta över trafiken på kortbanenettet i Norge. Och Røros Östersund är ett område som kan likna på det.
100 år sedan vi bestämde oss för att förbränningsmotorn var lösningen för att driva oss framåt. Klimat- och miljölärandet har gett oss kunskap att fossila bränslen är inte en framgångsfaktor. Det är återvändsgränder. Elflyget är en del av framtidens flyg där vi fortfarande kan stilla vår längtan av att förflytta sig över långa sträckor utan att gå. Green Flyway siktar mot att bli en internationell testarena och kommer att kunna vara med och skriva om historien.
Ja, men jag hoppas att det här nu kan ge oss möjligheter att få mer etablerade arbetstillfällen i Jämtland som har med elflyget att göra. Inte bara då testarenan som vi nu bygger, utan att vi också kan rent tekniskt utföra service, utveckling av framtidens elflygplan.
Behöver man verkligen ha en mobil? Men blir det inte samma sak med drönare? Alltså en vacker dag så alltså, i början tänker man, ja, hur ska vi använda det här då?
And she stopped breathing. Please hurry. Okay, stay on the line. Several units are on their way. Do you know how to perform CPR?
Yes.
Thousands of calls like this are received by emergency services all over the world every day, followed by the dispatch of an ambulance. But when every second counts, having quick access to an AED, an automated external defibrillator, can be what makes the difference between life and death. And this is where Everdrone's system comes into play.
Det här nu, det känns lite nervöst och spännande, men det är en viktig sak som du är inne på. När då så att säga larmet går här till en plats där jag befinner mig. Där, ska jag dra bort?
Ja, dra bort lasten. Då ser du på den här.
Marcus Örjehag heter jag och jag jobbar för Aviant AS i Norge och just nu är jag i Funäsdalen där jag arbetar framförallt med Green Flyway och Östersund och Röros och sen så är jag i Trondheim ibland också. En normal arbetsdag så sysslar jag med att bland annat som idag till exempel hjälpa till att vända en maskin och i det här fallet så var det en maskin som flög ner hit från Trondheim. Och sen så vänder vi den och byter batterier och sen så går den tillbaka med blod från Sankt Olavs hospital. Och det går upp för analys då till Trondheim. Men den senaste tiden så har jag jobbat med Green Flyway där vi har haft ett uppdrag och ett projekt där jag har varit projektledare från Avians sida att flyga över gränsen från Sverige. Och vad vi vet om så är det Skandinaviens första gränskryssning då. Från Funäsdalen till Röros.
Nej, det var en fågel.
Jag tyckte jag hörde.
Ja.
Very proud of that we are having our project in Swedish and Norwegian language. We call it Svorsk.
Yes.
Now it was a combination of Swedish and English, so it's Swinglish then. So you got a short lesson in Swedish. Well, actually, Swedish, Norwegian, and English. So we had Svorsk, Swinglish, or oh yeah. It becomes too difficult. I can take it in Finnish. Minä puhun suomea teidän kanssa muuten. As I'm half Finnish, so I speak Finnish also.
Well, this project has been running since November 2019 to September 22. Östersund and Röros municipalities are project owners. We have support from Interreg, the Nordic Green Belt, the region of Jämtland, and Trøndelags fylke. It's like the region in
county of Trøndelag.
The county of Trøndelag, yes. And we had 14.2 million and 5.5 Nordic crowns. And here you see all our partners. They have been very important for us. It's very different partners, but they've all had their place.
So they're very well spread over the private and public sector. So that would be a great asset for the project from when we started and until the end now.
Yeah, and also national authorities,
yeah.
Flying companies, and
This is our selection of our supporters. It's important to say that it's a selection because we have a lot of supporters, but this is some of them. I'm not going to read all the names here, but very important and very important to the project.
What you can see here is that we also have not only Norwegian but also a lot of Swedish. We have in the project we are altogether 20 partners, but we have been cooperating with a lot of authorities, like for instance the Civil Aviation Authority or Agency of Sweden, which is named Transportföretagen. They cannot participate in a project, but they are sort of say very close partners and working very closely with us, for instance. Then we have a lot of different actors like companies working with in the aerial sector, so to say, but also universities, research organizations.
This is our organization. We have a steering committee at the top, and the project management, which is me now and Hanne Sørensson, Tor, and Hans, and Stefan, and Jørgen and Olin on communication.
And we had some objectives. It was to create international test arenas for electric aircraft and drones in Östersund and Röros, connected to an airspace corridor with very varied weather. I mean, in the winter it's a lot of snow and ice and very cold. And we thought when we started that it wasn't so much airspace movements in this corridor, but we have found out during the project that there are a lot of helicopters, for example, and quite a lot of other vehicles. We also had an object to investigate UTM, unmanned traffic management systems for autonomous drones, and you saw on the film we have done that with Astra. The aim was also to develop a plan for how electrical aviation operations at the airport should work best and safely together with the regular aviation operations. And Gudmund Rognes, you will tell us about this a little bit more deeper, what has been done, and also Peter Fahlén. He will come tomorrow. We've done a switch in the program. The objective was also to investigate the conditions and work to introduce short routes for electric flights, and we have done that with RISE. And it was also to spread knowledge.
That is actually what we are doing just now.
Yes. And now we will tell a little bit about the project results. Mm-hmm.
The main objective of the project was to establish test arenas in Östersund and Röros and the corridor between them. And also Sveg and Örnsköldsvik are part of the Green Flyways project.
Hans?
Well, yes, this is some kind of a picture of this city, the test arena of the city of Östersund, where we are actually just now, Frösö Park. And here you see we have, this was a formal Air Force base, which is reused now, like a test arena we had one of these hangars which we are renting, and there we have electric aircraft. We have also charging on place, but we are also cooperating with the university, the Mid-Sweden University, which has access to wind tunnel and wind tunnel testing. But we have also commercial actors like Saab, who are actually having an EMC laboratory, and normally it's for military purpose. But they have also civilian part to see how much we are getting disturbed by electronic interference, as well as how much we are disturbing other actors. So one of the main laboratories for that in Sweden is actually situated here.
Also possible to charge small electric planes.
Well, we could also say that here we have this was, as it was the Air Force Base, we had a lot of electricity actually, but we have also made it certain that we on the air side, on the civil side, so to say, have the ability to up to 1 megawatt of charging.
And we also have skilled persons like Stefan Johansson, our test coordinator, is also like a flying airplane doctor.
He flies his own aircraft. He has several of them. Yeah. He has built them. He has been working for the Air Force before, and working like both a pilot and a test actor and technician.
Here are some pictures from the test arena in Røros. Do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, we have. It was the end destination for the world's first winter flight with an electric aircraft. We have. I will come back to that, but we have not invested in the test arena here because there have been a pandemic. Some might have found out, and we saw that it would be difficult to find the international standards for charging and things like that. So we haven't done investments. But this is an airfield close to the border as well that has been used by some of the visitors at Røros. And Røros is also now a fully remoted operated airport, and we have had cooperation with Avinor, our service provider, to ensure that they know about things going on at Røros and between Røros and Trondheim and between Røros and Funäsdalen. So it's a great place, especially in winter. It's a natural cold chamber. You don't need a cold chamber. It could be 40 minus there. So.
Exactly, and just to inform you, we have also here in Östersund, we are a remote tower terminal area which is remotely controlled from actually Stockholm, but also possible from Sundsvall, so it's the generation 2 of that kind of a system. So we are really on the edge when it comes to there, and we have the air traffic controller master sitting here with us also. It's a very close cooperation between Swedavia and LFV and in Norway, Avinor.
I think we have said some things of this, but what has been quite important for the actors visiting us has been our dialogue with the authorities, both on international level and on national level, because that was some key things that we found out during, especially the work we did with Aviant, that the Norwegian and Swedish authorities did things differently. So even though we have the same European legislation, we saw that they handle it differently. And when you worked with the Everdrone, this ground risk assessment, we had to have EASA tell the Swedish authorities that this is the way you should do it, and that was the way they already did it in Norway. So that is also some things that we have found out during the project. Even if you have under the same legislation, the national authorities handle it differently.
We can also tell that in our project you cannot have the CAAs as partners in a project like this formally, because they are not allowed to say come with ideas and then approve them. by themselves. But what we don't have here in our region is this kind of sandbox thing. But in reality, they have used us. The Swedish Transportföretagen has actually used us as a sandbox, as a test bed for different ideas, and so they have been participating very much in the process, although being not partners, because they see that we are in the real forefront here. And then we learn a lot of the Norwegian more laid-back style. It's like the Australians like. So while we Swedes are very much talking and thinking and assessing the risks.
But we made it work.
Yeah.
Exactly. The Norwegians make it work, and we learn from them, and then we do it.
Here are some project results from the start. The first winter test for Phoenix was done in Sveg, and we have Matthias here that did these tests with the Phoenix plane. And then we did the world's first cross-border test in winter with electric flight with the Phoenix electric plane, 2020, Sveg to Röros marknad.
Yeah. The landing was the same, exact same time as the market, the well-known market in Röros opened, and 3 weeks prior to the pandemic. So we made it.
And then we did flights at the seminar in Bromma that you, Fredrik, arranged with a lot of politicians, Swedish politicians. We also had Phoenix and Pipistrel electric aircrafts here at the inauguration of the Green Flyway test arena. And we also have some spin-off projects that Bengt Moberg will tell us more about tomorrow.
We are going from the Green Flyway to the Green Wing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Hans, can you tell us about the results?
Well, this flight, that was the first cross-country flight over a winter landscape and over the mountain areas. It's about 220 kilometers if you go by road. If you fly directly, it's 170 kilometers. But just for the comparison, this aircraft actually took the same road or the same path like the road, so it went 220 kilometers, and then we compared. We had two other aircrafts flying together with. Stefan was flying his old from the 50s, something like that, Super Cub, which consumes a lot of fuel, and we had a pure flight Phoenix also, which with an internal combustion engine, to compare exactly the same aircraft, one with an electric engine and battery pack, and then with another with an internal combustion engine. And then we also compared with a normal diesel car and a petrol car and an electric car. And just to make the conclusion, what do you think was the most energy efficient way of moving?
I couldn't possibly.
I can tell you it was the Pure Flight Phoenix, the electric version. It was the most energy efficient and the most cost efficient. Well, and it was as fast as the other aircraft. It was, of course, faster than the cars. But so electric aircraft, if you want to go really, really energy efficient, you have to fly electric. That's the conclusion.
One thing also there, that was the first, what we know of, first landing with an electric aircraft in Frösö lake.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So you.
Better runway on the lake in Östersund to land.
And just to test the nerves of the pilot, the actors which were trying to recharge, they destroyed 2 charges by connecting it wrong. So it's.
Another thing that we has done is to help the Open Flight Club to search for Klimatklivet financing for an electric plane. And Stefan, you're part of the flight club. What are you, when will you have the plane?
Yeah, we have gotten this grant to be able to fund 70% of the price to buy an electric airplane for the flight club to use in in the normal activities that flight lab do. Pilot education, it's forest surveillance, forest fire surveillance, and some other use cases that we're going to test this airplane for. And well, hopefully we'll have it in the end of next year, in about a year from now. That's what we're aiming for.
And you're searching the market for different type of planes?
Yes, we are. We're looking into which manufacturer would suit our demands the best. So we haven't decided
No. What you saw in the picture was 3 different makers and their solutions. One of them was Pure Flight.
And we have done a lot of in real life tests with drones, both with blood tests, corona samples, milk samples, defibrillators, food and medicine, and cross-border tests. And we also have a project together with a university, a spin-off project. It's test with sensors at drones for black ice it's detecting, and the question is if these drones could replace cars for black ice. And maybe Mikael Bäckström from Mid Swedish University will come and tell us a bit more about that tomorrow. Some of the drone tests here we will hope to hear more about tomorrow. Marcus, you're there, so I will not deepen in this, but blood was transported 128 kilometers. It was a Swedish civil record in November in the at night or late evenings, because there were helicopters during all the other times, so you had to fly when the others didn't fly. And they were analyzed, and you couldn't see any difference between the tests that were the blood tests, that were the blood that was in the car transport, but it was too few. You need maybe 50 or hundreds of these transports to really show, but it worked all right.
You could see here very much the difference between the Swedish and Norwegian thinking, because this is happening also on Norwegian side. And for those who are familiar with airspace, it was in Norway you have only to have a notification to airmen, and we had an enormous corridor, a restricted area which we had to use, which is actually a Berlin Wall in the air. And that was a conflict because we have a lot of hunters going out there with helicopters, and we disturbed that. So but they are flying only at daytime, so we could fly at night time when it was dark with this. On the Swedish side, there are no problem in Norway.
And Jim from the Health Center Funäsdalen, where are you? Oh, I saw him before, but he will tell us more about the possibilities out of a health perspective for this tomorrow.
Yeah, I can tell a little bit about that. We were approached by Tine, which is the Norwegian dairy giant owned by the farmers themselves. They represent 3,000 milk farmers in Norway, and they would like to approach it in October last year to find out if it was possible to do some of the transport of the milk samples, because they have to deliver milk samples for every single of the 3,000 farms once a week to a central laboratory which is in Trondheim in mid-Norway. And what they would like to find out if drone could be a part of the transport system in the future, and they were also excited to find out if the milk sample will arrive as butter or as a milk sample. As far as I know, the tests were fine, and they are now in a process to find out if they will scale up this, because Norway is a long country from Alta in north and to Lindesnes in south. You have milk farmers, and if you could do some of the transports by drones to a hub, and from there with other means of transport, that would probably give them a large economical benefit, and also more environmental friendly. So that was quite exciting to witness. I think Marcus will tell us a little bit more about that as well tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep. And Tor.
Yeah, it's the same. What we had when we did the cross-border testing. There are a lot of actors and stakeholders in that, and for our side and from the CAAs, it was more or less okay. The Swedish CAA, they had to make a restriction area. And you have more convenient ways of doing it in Norway. It's still the same legislation. It's the way they implement it. And you have the service providers, but the customs authorities. It was quite a big surprise for them to find out that it was now the legislation allowed cross-border flights with drones. So we had a lot of dialogue with the customs authorities in both Norway and Sweden, and the Norwegians were we were doing it fine, and the Swedes were quite restrictive. We couldn't find out who to talk to, but in the end the Swedes fixed it first, and after that Norwegians also said yes. And we also had a technical test that what happens with the 4G and the data connections with the drone when it crosses the border. We have all passed the border with the mobile phones and see that we are out of connection for a little while, but Marcus will tell more about that, so you can live in excitement.
But we must tell you that Ericsson told us that there are technologies for handling this, but the companies have not bought that system. So it's there's a solution.
And just to show that with Aviant's help, we have also made one of the longest drone corridors in the world. It's from Trondheim via Røros and Funnesdalen up to Östersund. It's 360 kilometers something. So we have done that as well.
And this is what this project is very much about, crossing the borders, as you were speaking about in France as well. Everdrone Skybase, Oldeville will tell us more about that, but it was inaugurated for about 6 months ago. And I think one interesting thing is that we have cooperation with Bransch in this project. They are lending us the land to have this skybase, and they are like a car company. So here are the different transportations modes.
So they are discussing now, no, we are a mobility company actually. So drones will be part of the business. And this is also that, I mean, this is actually testing what is possible, because this drone is flying on the city center where the people are living, where they have the heart attack. I mean, the cardiac arrest happens where people are, so you have to fly where they are, and it happens to be in the CTR, in the controlled airspace, which is designed for securing the starting and landing of aircraft on this airfield. But we have found possible ways of handling this.
Ubik Aerospace, which is mentioned here, is a spin-off from Norwegian University of Technology and Science in Norway, which also Aviant is. And they are researching technology, fully autonomous de-icing technology for drones. And that will be a world first if they fix it, because as I have been told by many of the pilots here, I'm not a pilot myself, is that the de-icing process is one of the last manual processes you have to do. You have to switch on a switch, push on a switch to make it happen. So if they can do that fully autonomous, that will be quite exciting also for larger aircraft in the future.
In September now we have done some more drone tests. We have been flying medicine through Aviant and blood from Östersund to Lit. And we also have I think we have Tommy Seder here from Hemtjänsten. He will tell us more about the food transports that will be done to pensioners in remote villages. Here it says a drone comes loaded with fried pork. We have tested Astra's UTM system in real life, as you saw in the movie. We have had a lot of media, around 200 media features. The peer value for that is about 2 million Swedish crowns.
That is only on the Swedish side. You could probably average, say that, double it or something like that, or you take in the Norwegian.
And we had cooperations with the universities, both with Sweden University, NTNU, KTH, and Sveg University did a study of the Lunds University did a study of solar cells at your airport, Matthias, in Sveg.
And we must tell you that we have 3 of the students from NTNU who made a study about the airport of Östersund and the electrification. So please stand up just to see so that we have these students here.
We have time. We didn't slow down, as Kerstin said. We have kept the speed up all this time, even though we had to go digital. So we've done a lot of seminars, both mostly digital, but some live as well. And a lot of lectures at international seminars.
Yeah.
And
well, we were for the first time. We had tried during the pandemic to participate in the Aero in Friedrichshafen, which is the largest expo for general aviation aircraft and electric aircraft in Europe. But it was not possible due to pandemic for almost 2 years, for 2 years. But now this year, in April, we were actually participating there and took part in a panel discussion and took a lot of contacts.
And we had a lot of international speakers at our digital seminars as well, from CA UK, from EASA has been earlier as well. So, but the pandemic had major consequences for us, because we wanted people and stakeholders and actors to travel to Sweden and Norway to test their equipment here, but as you might know, all of the borders were closed. So for part of their project, we have had a Swedish project and a Norwegian project, but we have talked all the way and had some common seminars. We also have saw that especially Indra Navia told us that they slowed down the development process because there was some uncertainty surrounding the pan-European regulations for UTM ATM. Maybe that is sorted out. I don't know in detail what they meant, but they took down the tempo in their development. And as I told you earlier, we put investment in the arena on hold just because we don't know which standards that will be in the future. We also had a deal in place to test this young AAV, which was granted operational permit from the Norwegian Civil Aviation Authority just prior to the pandemic, and it was supposed to take place in March-April 2020, but they had, as you told us, you need to have a pilot on board, and the pilot had to be Chinese, and yeah, that was the big problem. So it is used as part of the project that the Swedish Road Administration is a part of, the AirMore project that we might be hearing of later, but it was put on hold. Yeah, and commercialization has not been achieved as to the extent that we hoped. Some actors have had commercial aspects of this, and yeah, that is what we not have fulfilled as far as we would like to, the commercialization. But Aviant has manned up, and others are also manned up, and we have had local companies that have had.
But we can also say that we are actually, although the project is now going to a final step on the last of September, we are in a dialogue with several actors where we have to have our lips closed, so to say, due to NDAs. They are taking place. And one thing that we really learned from the pandemic is also actually to meet over distance by teams. And this has somehow also made it possible to reach out with our seminars to larger populations or larger groups of stakeholders. So there have been both positive and negative effects.
And one other challenge was these restricted areas in Sweden, which create conflicts with the ordinary, like helicopters.
We have really struggled, and I know that the Transport Authority in Sweden, Transportföretagen, have really gone. But we are now going towards actually from this position that we must have a restricted area to go into danger areas as a test. So we will actually be part of that also, and really before we get use space at place, we look forward to that. And but this is also a thing that we have, and also this is issue that we have had no standard. We have today a standard, actually, a megawatt standard, which came some months ago. So now we can actually put up chargers, and we will have from Heart Aerospace here what they have, because they have decided to follow that standard.
We have a time limit, Hans, so you can't tell every detail. But what was interesting during the pandemic and during our dialogue with, we tried to get funding from the Horizon program several times, and some of the stakeholders and actors, they have shown great deal of interest of coming up here and use this area as their test bed, especially like Vives, which is a university in Holland. They have used Oostende, but they would like to come up here because they don't have the natural, the same climate challenges down there as we have here. And the possibilities, this is a mapping of airports, airfields in mid-Sweden and mid-Norway that I did for the Trøndelag County Council last year. So we have a lot of things and a lot of infrastructure in place. And for you, Røros, the Avenor place, and there is Brekken. We also have all the airfields on both sides of the border. So. Because we see that some actors, they don't want to show off the technology at an early stage, so they would like to keep it somewhat secret. So we have that in place as well.
And we had an agency also in Sweden had a mission to show what electric aircraft, what it could mean to transport, and what we see is that it's actually game changer. So we saw it through, and we looked upon compared with energy consumption, cost consumption, or costs and time consumption, and compared that with the actual flying today, what's taking place. And what we have been seeing is that this will be a game changer, and we don't need to go through the hub and spoke system through our capitals. We can do it from east-west, for instance, Trondheim, Östersund, Sundsvall, Vasa in Finland, and connect in that way. And also see it as a part of the municipal or regional collective transport system.
On time? Yeah, this is just some of the funding that will come for the next 20, 30 years. There's a lot of money is put in research and development from the EU side. Okay. It will create approximately 4,000, you have to replace over 40,000 airplanes between 2035 and 2050 is what they think, and it's such a big number, I don't try to pronounce this as well. So this is after the pandemic, numbers from April this year, so, and from the Clean Aviation program. Yeah, just. And you also see that the number of projects going on has rapidly grown from we started thinking about Green Flyways in 2017 and started the program project in 2019. So, and of the 300 projects ongoing now, around half of them is in Europe. So Green Flyways is in the heart of it all. We hope.
I understand we're short on time, so I'll be quick, but I don't think it's a secret that we are working on Green Flyways 2.0. This is some of the themes that we are talking about. As you have said, we have the test arenas are established, but we have not had a commercialization that we want. So that is going to be a very big part of Green Flyways 2.0. With develop products and services and development and educational opportunities like drone certificates and stuff like that. Public service delivery, especially in the municipalities, they have an aging population and all the people need services that is delivered more efficiently and more cost efficiently in the future. So how can we use autonomous or drones in that aspect? We want to explore that, and also emergency preparedness. And of course we have infrastructure, transportation options, and future infrastructure such as vertiports in our region, superhighways, drone shuttle, and also energy supplies, both electricity and other possibilities. And we also want to take the research into the project, obviously, and to work with research institutes like Kämpfe in Norway and Mitt University in Sweden. As you, Kai, mentioned earlier, this is an Interreg project, and that is what we want it to still be. I'm going to say a little bit about that. The Interreg program is it's four things you can search. So it's smarter, greener, more social, and stronger. And we fall into the first one, which is a smarter border region. And that is also where the biggest finance opportunities are. The distribution fundings are 70% to Sweden and 30% to Norway. Norway is not part of the European Union, so we get a little less funding from Interreg. And in Sweden, the project owner can add 2 co-applicants in time, which can deliver 35% to 65% in cash or in time. But all other partners can only co-finance in cash. In Norway, all partners can contribute into the project with both cash and hours, and it's a 50-50 delivery.
Thanks for your attention.
And we hope that a lot of you are interested in participating in Green Flyways 2.0. So yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Okay, that was a short description of what we have done and what we want to do.
So, thank you very much, and I'll send you off with a quote. There's so much about the future here, but Eleanor Roosevelt said once that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, and these were quite some beautiful dreams, I think. And you were very early also in seeing that future coming. So all hands to you again, I think, for seeing those possibilities and seizing the moment some years ago, and now we stand here with the results. It's fantastic. Thank you. And now, finally, we break for coffee, a Swedish fika. And we won't bring you in early, but be here about 15 minutes past the hour, and then we continue. Thank you very much. Let's see if we slowly regrouping in ready for the next chapter of this day together. I think there's still some enjoying the cinnamon buns, but let's try to get them here. So you can join me when I go chasing them here, so you can hear me all the time. So you see that I'm doing my work. Hello guys, we are here. You want to join us? So yes, they're coming. Because I think it's important that they join us for many reasons. One being Katarina Wiegler. She will be, we have a little shift of the program here as well, because Mr. Peter Fahlén from the airport here was not able to join us. And Katarina from the Swedish Transport Agency, Trafikverket, was supposed to speak to us tomorrow. But we then shift a little bit here with the schedule. So Katarina will now give us a bit of a discussion about, well, maybe you expand a bit on your topic, but obstacles and opportunities for electric flight on PSO routes, public service obligation routes. But I'm sure you will give us some other interesting information as well. And Katarina, we worked together once, didn't we, at the Swedish CAA? And now we meet here again, so that's also, it's like a family reunion. And you are a strategic planner for the Swedish Transport Administration, and we're very interested to hear what you have to tell us today. So
thank you, and you can hear me, that's great. Yes, I work for the Swedish Transport Administration, Trafikverket, not to be confused with the Swedish Transport Agency, which is Transportstyrelsen. So what they do is they give out the permits, they overview, they regulate, they register everybody that they're supposed to. And we are an infrastructure provider and holder in Sweden. But we don't have all the infrastructure. We have the governmentally owned roads and railroads. As for maritime business and aviation, it's another issue. It's mainly owned by, some of it is governmental, as in Swedavia on the aviation side, but the rest is mainly owned by communities, municipalities and regions. So it's good to keep that in mind. It's a very diverse picture of responsibility and roles. The reason for me talking about the next picture, how can do I do that myself? Self-service? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Anne asked me to come and talk about PSO routes. The reason for this is that I think that when the Green Flyway project started, and it's also the same for the FAIR project in the Kvarken region towards in the eastern part of Sweden towards Finland, which is a similar project. The interest is large in how can Sweden stimulate the use of electric aviation in different kinds of parts of our territory, in our airspace. And we know that the first airplanes we're going to see transporting passengers in the electricity sector will not be huge, unfortunately. They will be fairly small, and as such they can't travel far and they can't take on many passengers. So the interregional routing is really interesting. And one of our main problems, if you wish, in Sweden is that we have a system based on the hub of Arlanda and the routes going from that hub towards different directions, mainly northbound, but not only. So the PSO, it's the way of the government to secure accessibility for certain routes that can't bear themselves commercially. And it's an EU model. Sweden hasn't invented it for themselves, so all countries in the Union that use the PSO as a mean to create accessibility must do this based on EU regulations. as such, you would think that it's the same usage in every member state, but of course it's not, because harmonization is a tricky business. Anyway, I'm going to start with showing you what tasks we have, because I'm going to come into not only the PSO part, but we're a large organization, and most of the people working with me there are focused on railroad and road. Some of us are working with aviation. I'm one of them. We're very few, so I'm sort of a unique, or whatever you call it here. And then we have some people working with maritime issues as well. This is not fulfilling, but an easy way of seeing what are the tasks that the Swedish Transport Administration actually do in the area of aviation. And so we're responsible for long-term infrastructure planning. That's equal for all the 4 means of transport. We fund, and we participate in research and aviation, innovation, sorry. That's also similar for all 4 modes of transport. We're the responsible organization in Sweden for the procurement of air traffic in Sweden. That is, we make sure that there is PSO traffic on routes that are not bearing themselves commercially, and where the accessibility is not good enough without doing so. I'll go, yes? It's public, thank you. Public service obligation in Swedish is upphandlad flygtrafik. It's the traffic that the government makes sure is provided in order for any traffic to be possible for that route. So for instance, that's what the Rikstrafiken used to do before, but they don't exist anymore. Now it's the task for Trafikverket. But yes, in the regional community, this is what they do when they make sure that there is buses, so you can travel from A to B, and maybe trains and so on. But when it concerns aviation, it's only made by Trafikverket. It's not allowed for anyone, according to Swedish legislation. No one in Sweden but Trafikverket can do that when it's aviation. And that's because the government decided so. And okay, so that's what we do. We also are responsible for producing and providing long-term traffic forecasts. They last for, well, the one we have now is for 2040, for instance, and they exist in all traffic modes as well. And we assist the government as regards question on TEN-T. That's the strategic network of for transport in EU. And also there is a funding coupled with that. So you can, if you have a TEN-T airport, which is appointed according to that legislation, you may get funding from the CF fund. So we help the government in reading through applications for that and evaluating them, etc. Yeah? Yes, yes. It's not a company, it's sort of an authority, yeah, but it's more of it's providing organization authority. It depends on which task we're talking about. But yeah, we'll come into that. Not super detailed. It's not my area of expertise, so I will try to answer if you have really hard questions. But anyway, I'll try to explain that quite easy. Now, would that be, so the reason for me talking about it is that would PSO, with the fact that the government would buy seats in aeroplanes from companies to go from A to B, would that be a way to introduce electric aviation in the Swedish system? And so the answer is yes and no, of course, because otherwise it would be too easy. There are a number of criteria decided on this that are the basis for whether you have PSO or not. And it doesn't matter if we talk aviation or road or whatever, it's the same criteria. So they help us decide how good is the accessibility when you want to travel from the part where you live, if you need to go to Stockholm for a day or need to take yourself to the hospital or something like that. So if you live in a small place, it can be like here. In the northern part of Sweden, mainly on the west side, not many people live, so it's really hard for a company to come up to a level where you have so many people traveling with you that you have commercial, there is a commercial case for it, business case. And here it's better. So this is a map actually of criteria number 1 to go to Stockholm. I think there are 9 criteria, if I can remember. So if you look at all the places that people live in Sweden, where you have like an airport or a bus station or a train station or something, and you look at how many hours does it take for this person to go to, for instance, Stockholm, and we will make like a measurement out of that, and it will create a picture. So these are the criteria. All of them are not always relevant for aviation, but of course going to Stockholm is. So this is just a way for you to understand the basis for how we decide whether it's necessary to create a PSO route or not. Okay, so today we have 11 routes, and they're all, we make deals with aviation companies, and we say to them, very specified, how many chairs do they have to have, how fast do they have to be able to travel from A to B, etc. And they commit to that, and then we have a deal, and they do the PSO traffic. And we have recently investigated for the next period of PSO, which is 2023 till 2027. So the deals we have right now, the PSO traffic that is right now, it will cease in October 2023, and then we have to have new procurement in hand so that people that need to go with this traffic don't get stuck. So we have, through the investigation, come up with the fact that we think we need 12 domestic routes. Also, it doesn't have to be domestic routes, but according to the criteria that are the basis for the procurement today, we don't have any procured international traffic, but that's possible to have, but we don't see the need for it right now. So that's interesting also for the Green Flyway project, I think, and for FAIR in the future. Anyway, the suggestion to the government who decide on this is 12 domestic routes. We decide most of it, but some of it is decided by them. So it's the routes we have today, plus Mora, Arlanda. We have looked into the forecast to see which frequency is needed for this traffic, how many seats do they need to have, how many trips on one day is needed, etc. So we can see that traffic is still expected to be at a lower level in 2023 compared to, say, before the pandemic. There is an ongoing work with the procurement right now, and the new contracts, as I said, will be established from October 2023 when the old ones expire. And I want to stress this specifically. Even today, if some aviation company would come to us and say, we have electric aircraft, we want to take people from, we have, for instance, a PSO route between Pajala and Luleå. It's sort of a feeder route to Luleå, and then they have to change there and go to Arlanda. This is usually not what we do, because usually the procurement is made from the place they go to where they actually want to go. Because if there was a problem with the routing from Luleå to Arlanda, we wouldn't have, how do you say that? There would still not be enough accessibility. But now we know that the traffic in Luleå is very, well, working, if you wish. So therefore we have the Pajala-Luleå short stretch, and then Luleå-Arlanda, they go with commercial airlines. If someone said, well, we want to put an electric aviation there, electric aircraft there, there wouldn't be a problem as long as they can meet the criteria, the specifications. Can you take the number of passengers that's needed per trip, And can you meet the requirements as to how long it can take? And the reason for the how long it can take criteria is that if you're supposed to be able to leave at some kind of time from your house and get to Arlanda or Stockholm actually a certain time, and it shouldn't, I think, extend 4 hours. If I might have to correct myself, but so therefore it can be maybe not green on the map we saw before, but maybe yellow, and that's good enough or something like that. So that's how it works today. It means so there is no actual hinder, there's no obstacle to use electric aviation in PSO routes. However, we can't say that it's interesting. We can't say that it has to be electric in order to meet sustainable requirements, like the environmental parts of it, because that's not allowed according to the EU legislation. We can only maybe give them extra points in the procurement process for not polluting the air, for instance. So that's something we are trying to work with. They might, if they have a good, I mean, we know that there are no electric aircraft on the market today that can be used for the PSO because they're not ready yet. But if they were, that might be possible if they could also give us the right price, meet the requirements, etc. But we can't say, okay, so you have electric aircraft and we will bring you in and we will not take the others, even though their price is lower and they do it a little faster. We're not able to do that today. So that's how it works. So when they come, we can use them. And it means that the infrastructure must meet their needs. I mean, they have to be able to reload, and they have to be able to do that in a way so that they can do the trip according to the procurement, which might be a challenge or not. We don't know what that's going to look like. We think that the financial challenge might be large because the traffic we procure today is mainly done for smaller communities, smaller cities where there is not enough people traveling in order to create the commercial case, the business case. So therefore, they might have trouble installing enough electrification and so on. What did I write here? Oh yeah, so we're working towards maybe being possible to promote sustainable aviation, less climate impact, etc. But it depends on whether the regulations are being reviewed or not, and they are planned to be reviewed, so we'll see. But it's not necessarily so that it will be changed in that way. So that's good to know. Well, I see you look at the time, Fredrik, or? Is it really bad, or can I talk about 2 things more? Please do. Great. Perfect, thanks. I talked to you about the fact that we're working a lot with research and development. We have money for the aviation sector as well as the others. And according to our instructions from the government, we're supposed to dedicate at least 50 million Swedish crowns a year to aviation sector in the portfolio that we have for those kind of money. Today it's like 70 million approximately. We have, as I don't remember that Robin Jakobsson that spoke on the little film. They have asked us to look into what is needed in the area of research and development as regards electric aviation, and we have done a report about that. 4 suggestions have been posed. One is, like you said, more money, more cooperation between the authorities in Sweden that work with these issues. Third one is triple helix platform. That's sort of to help finance a platform for different kind of actors within the aviation area that work with electrification, so that they can have a good meeting point and point for maybe learning more and having help with looking into money, funding, etc. So that's, and the fourth is to increase the work with other countries, the international cooperation. because Sweden is still a small country, and we need to join hips with other countries in order to, assemble more money.
More money.
More money. Yeah.
Good. So thank you very much, Katarina. You will be around here as well, so we will be able to catch you and discuss this further. But a round of applause for Katarina.
Thank you.
So a quick roundup. It's interesting, of course, to see how can we engage the states in advancing this new technology. And it's not easy because the frameworks are not easy. I mean, they are built for the traditional aviation, right? So fortunately, as I'm a lawyer, I can say that, well, as lawyers know anything, we know that rules can be changed. So maybe that's what we have to do. But of course, in a way that is doesn't affect competition in adverse way. And also other very important principles, of course, protecting legal interests and expectations. But anyway, thanks a lot, Katarina. I now invite Gudbrand Rognes to give us a bit of an overview of how the Green Flyway project has been implemented at your airport. Yeah. Yes, the beautiful airport of Röros. So let's see, we have the slides working and the mic working. Perfect.
Test, test. Working. Perfect. Thank you, Jürgen. Yep. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gudbrand Rognes, Airport Manager at Røros Airport in Norway. I've been in the business for 26 years as air traffic controller, senior air traffic controller, and now airport manager. And as you can see from the bottom of my presentation, this is a presentation in a good Green Flyway spirit, written in Norwegian, even with pictures from Norway, prepared in a cross-country drive towards Östersund this morning. And I'll try to do my best in English as well. This is a picture from this summer. The airport at Røros was opened as early as 1957. We do have international traffic. 2 of the aircraft on the picture, they came all the way from Stockholm, Arlanda to Røros. Normally we operate a scheduled route from Røros up here and down to Gardermoen, which is the main airport in Norway around Oslo. And as you can see, they are of course fueled by Jet A1, which is the traditional purpose. The lovely picture in the middle I've got from Thor Iversen, taken a few years ago. It shows the airport and also the town center at Røros, which is quite close to the airport. Easy to commute for the people, of course. 625 meters above sea level. The highermost airfield in Norway with a scheduled service. And as you can see, top left, very harsh weather conditions, very suitable for a test arena. My office is approximately where the snow is at the highest level. So a very rough day, but not normal. And as you can see, bottom right, have you heard about a Norwegian transport method called spark? Or a kick, probably, Hans? Would that be the perfect pronunciation in English? It's very environmental friendly. So now we're just looking for some other methods to make the flying environmental friendly, and therefore we will, of course, participate in the Green Flyway project. So we started off very promising. Top left is a drone from the Technical University in Trondheim with a research project in order to find a way of anti-icing for drones. And as you've already seen probably pictures earlier today, some of you have been flying with the Phoenix as well. February 2020, the first winter electric flight from Sveg, well, via a few other Swedish destinations and across the border and to Røros. Enormous interests, well, 10 to 12 members of parliament, one minister, and lots of other guests, and it looked very promising in all ways. But then, of course, the pandemic struck us just a few weeks later. Obvious difficulties for a project that was planning to operate cross-border with companies and businesses coming to us in Røros, to Sveg, Östersund, Trondheim, to test out their equipment. But then again, we have to do the best out of it, and as you have seen from the presentation from Hans and Tor and Anne and Martin earlier on, we have achieved a lot. So, how are we preparing for a electric future? I've tried to show the stands at the airport, numbered from 1 to 4, and well, some of them are used for general aviation as number 4 with business jets and so on, and the others are meant for the scheduled traffic. How to serve smaller electric aircrafts and a bit larger electric aircrafts in the test phase? Well, we have just taken a trolley for luggage, made it into a portable charging station. So instead of the solution at Östersund, where you bring the aircraft to the charging station, we have the possibility to bring the charging station to the aircraft. With a basis from 2 stands over there with a range of 30 meters, and on the northern part of Apron also with a range of 30 meters. So it's quite a cheap and efficient way. Frode? Yeah, he's one of the guys handling the aircraft at Røros, so he is looking after us making the solutions easy to use in normal days. And then again, we have to invest in some more electricity, well, connections closer to the stand over here, where you of course can serve the stand 4 for general aviation, probably the most suitable way of testing another aircraft. And then in a future scenario with the electrical airliners, which we are hoping to get in Røros as well, probably a Swedish one from Hart. I've heard they're planning on a 30-seater. The capacity of the electrical supply to our airport is already 1.2 megawatt. I thought Hans mentioned 1 megawatt as some kind of a standard earlier on today, and I've also heard that this has been mentioned earlier. So the capacity at the moment is suitable for the known electric aircraft. But of course, we're a bit optimistic, planning ahead and looking into the future. So in cooperation with the local electrical company, Ren Røros, they've established a new cable following the railroad all the way down here with a capacity of around 5 megawatt. So that's already close to the airport, and we can deliver lots of capacity for Hart and other suppliers that would like to test out Røros and the route between Røros and Östersund, for example. Yeah, I think that will sum it up. So, what are the possibilities? Another picture taken in the winter conditions. Well, almost 9 months a year, it looked like that. And the other 3 years, we just sit on the kick. Possibilities in general, of course, we have mentioned the cross-border cooperation. Especially I find it very interesting and developing as well. It's a booming and a growing business with both drones and the electrical aircraft. Should be a possibilities for us in the middle part of Scandinavia. Also, the winter climate is mentioned. I do think that the record in Røros is minus 50.4. And for those of you who would like to test out a winter climate, to find out if your drone or your remote control or your aircraft works, are a very suitable spot, I guess. We're also quite close to the technological hub in Trondheim, with the technical university and so on. And of course, there's lots of capacity at the airport and in the airspace around Røros and between the other airports mentioned. And as a, I guess you can recognize it, what it is. In Avinor, we're actually quite proud that we can draw a map of Norway placing our airports. So a little more than 40 airports owned and run by the Norwegian government's company Avinor. So there's also several other possibilities if you're a bit tired of flying between Røros and Östersund. And the slogan, of course, in Norwegian as well, use your local airport. If we don't use the airport, well, the route might disappear, the airport might disappear as well. But when you already got an airport, you have got lots of possibilities for developing the society and make it a option for those who live in the area. So use your local airport, whether it runs on Jet A1 or electricity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gudbrand. Minus 50, so I imagine that the persons on ground will also have to be tested.
Well, you should ask Frode. He has tried at least minus 42, I guess.
Yes. So thanks a lot for this insight in what you have been doing and planning. And I now would like to welcome Daniel Blecher. No, it was changed. It was changed, but then... It's Oliver. Ah, okay. From Everdrone. And you will tell us a little bit about your role and your achievements in this project. Flying the defibrillator. That's a tricky name, word, yeah. I think we saw some on the film, right? When you dropped down this defibrillator. We have to work on that. I understand also that on the west coast, you're flying there as well.
Yeah.
So yes, and that the first life has been saved with one of those drones. So only that is worth an applause, I think. So well, here we are.
Yes, no. Should that one be on as well? Yeah, so defibrillators by drone has been the reality for the citizens of Östersund for the last 6 months. And it is at speaking moment actually live and ready to fly if someone suffers from an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in Östersund at the moment. But it is also the reality for about 300,000 Nordic residents in addition to those in Östersund. And my name is Oliver. I work as head of operations and maintenance at Everdrone. And I would like to start with telling you a little bit about what Everdrone really is. We were founded in 2017 around a vision that autonomous drones should be used to save lives and to fly safe above neighborhoods. This vision was shared between us, the medical researchers at Karolinska Institutet, and emergency dispatchers at SOS Alarm. This vision, or the compared vision, turned into a partnership in 2019, which was developed on, and in 2020 we had the first ever real-world emergency medical delivery of a defibrillator by a drone. Since then we have had the system live. In Gothenburg we have 3 hangars that is alive from 8 in the morning to 10 in the evening. And that led to, in 2020, we having an AD delivery system that is provided as a commercial service to clients or to neighborhoods as a medical service. But it also has medical evidence of its use. I would like to play a video which explains a little bit about how the alarm chain works and how the drone is dispatched and how the chain actually looks like. Yes, so during cardiac arrests, every second is of highest essence. And our priority is to be fast on site and deliver the AED as fast as possible. In Europe, there are annually about 275,000 Europeans that suffer from out-of-hospital cardiac arrests. And of these, there is a survival rate of around 10%. For every minute that goes by after the incident, there is a reduced chance of survival by 7 to 10%. But when you can apply CPR and early defibrillations, you can increase the survival rate up to 70%. Drone faster than traditional EMS emergency services, and is also a significantly more cost-effective compared to public access defibrillator that is placed outside in the neighborhoods as of today. But as mentioned, this is not only theoretical numbers. We have a success case that has been brought out of the study that we are currently ongoing with. And in late last year, there was a 70-year-old man that suffered from a cardiac arrest when shoveling snow in his house. The drone was dispatched by the EMS services, or SS alarm, and the drone delivered the AED within, in about 3 minutes and 18 seconds. His wife brought up the AED and applied it and shot him the first time before the ambulance arrived. And the 70-year-old man is alive today and came by the office a couple of weeks later and showed himself, which was a great motivational for continuing with this project. But saving lives is not only everyone's part in the drone operations. We partner with SS Alarm and Karolinska Institute that would get help with both detecting cardiac arrests earlier to be able to deploy the drones earlier, but also to instruct on the CPR and dispatch the drone itself. Then every drone takes care of the drone activation, the flight approval, the flight mission itself, and deciding where to put the AED on the ground at the destination. Then the SS Alarm takes over and instructs the bystander to retrieve the AED, but also to apply it and later shot if possible. We are in Östersund because of the Green Flyways project, but we will also like to thank Bransch for providing a variety of different locations around the city for evaluating and putting the handler on the most optimal position in the city. We annotate and analyze the best placement for the drone so it will be fast in the most amount of alarms in the city. And we would like to present some results and the key takeaways we have from the 6 months that we have been active in Östersund. First of all, we went through historical data, and we have had a lot more alarms than we initially expected. I think we have had between 30 and 50 alarms to this date. However, there are some drawbacks that makes the flights not that many. One, to begin with, the ETC opening hours reduces almost it is a third of the alarms that we receive, because it being outside of opening hours or in the nighttime as well, or etc. But we have ongoing discussions with Transportföretagen to be able to fly outside of ATC opening hours, which would give us another piece of the pie chart to be able to fly and help them. Then we have the weather and safety precautions as another third. The drone we have today is a developed drone that is not waterproof, so we can't fly in rain or snow, which is something we are developing on currently to be able to fly in every condition, both in harder winds, in rain, in snow, etc. But we also have some safety precautions, so not all parts of the city is suitable to have AED dropped outside of the house. So on that part, there is also some alarms that has been missed. Other than that, we are, as I mentioned, we are currently developing a new drone that will be able to fly a lot more. And I can say in addition that we have had, on the alarms that we have received, I think we have been ahead of the ambulance by 5 to 6 minutes in some of the alarms we received. Östersund was also the first handler that we had outside of driving distance from the office. which has led to various problems that needed to be solved. But with help of a good close collaboration with both Green Flyway and specifically Bertil, we have solved everyone and been able to have it open and ready very much. That was all I had to present to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Oliver. So this is an amazing development, and I think we all noticed that in the Swedish newspapers when we saw that a drone had actually accomplished this. It's just amazing. I think you will also stay around so we can discuss a bit more. Great. So we move on. We have to gain a little bit of time. The next presentation is from Marcus Öjehag, Jim Carnavo, and Tommy Seder. So if you step up here, you will tell us a lot about another important segment. So we saw also that on the movie. So flying, for example, blood samples, food, medicine, and other things across the border, and well, not only across the border, I imagine, but to people who need it and to organizations that can perform it. So we are really looking into the presentation from you guys from Aviant.
Very nice. Do you hear us, or do we need a microphone?
Yes, more for the
I might not need a microphone, I'm too loud. Okay.
This one works? Yes. Yeah, perfect. We're going to let Marcus start talking, then we'll take over.
Here we go.
He will give you all the technical stuff, you know, the airspace and that sort of thing that I know nothing about.
It's way easier to start a drone, actually. So, let's start. I'm from Avian. My name is Marcus, and I've been a project manager when we've been working with our projects with the Green Flyway since last year. And today we have Tommy from Östersund municipality and from the region.
Yes, my name is Jim. I'm from represent the region. I am the operation manager for the primary care and emergency care in the county of Härjedalen. And the emergency care includes the ambulances as well.
Yes. So a little bit about Aviant. We started our company 1.5 years ago, and we have grown from 3 employees to more than 24 today, and we're flying approximately 10,000 kilometers per year and 600 flights. With this kind of drone that we have here, we have 10 of those. This is a VTOL drone, so it's actually taking off and landing vertically and transitioning to kind of a plane mode or fixed wing mode in the air. So this makes us reach greater distances. So this one flies 130 kilometers almost. Talking about Green Flyway, we have made 3 projects that we're going to talk about. I'm going to try not to be repetitive with what they've already said. It's Funäsdalen to Östersund right here, and then it's the cross-border project that we made. We're also flying to Trondheim. That's our base. And this September, or last week, we finished off the project with Munkfrohögen and Lit. So, Jim, our project, the biological samples.
Yeah, this is a very exciting project, I think, because I don't think you realize how big this is for us in the rural areas to be able to transport something simple as blood to the hospital, to the labs. By doing this, we can, for one example, for the patient, it means that they can leave their blood during the whole day when we are open. Today, we only have transport by land once a day. So we need to collect all the blood samples in the morning, and then by 3 o'clock, we have to go to the lab in Östersund. And this is how it works in the region now. And this means also for the lab in Östersund, they will get a lot of blood samples at the same time to handle. So the workload will be very high during this time. And also for our personnel at the healthcare center, this means that the workload will be very high during the mornings and afternoons are much lower. But if you can spread this during the day, it will be a lot better work environment. And for our patients, today they have to go to Östersund by car. It's about 222 kilometers, single way, to leave a blood sample that takes about 5 minutes to do, and then go back home, because by car, by land transport, we're not able to get the sample in time to the lab to analyze it. So you can imagine if you can spare people to travel 400 kilometers for leaving one blood sample. It's amazing. I think the things you guys are doing here, I mean, it's, I love this. I mean, only the imagination will be the limit here, I think, for what we can do with the drones.
Yes. So in the project, talking about more operational limitations, this is very new. This was the longest flight that has been performed in Sweden as far as we know of. 128 kilometers from Funäsdalen to Orviken, close to Östersund, also with blood on board. So many of you have probably been in these areas, and these are areas where you can't use your cell phone. You have no 4G and you have no cellular connection. So we were very worried of sending the drone initially, because if we lose 4G connection, this drone will land by itself. So we had to divide it into zones and test each zone individually. And we actually tested half the zones and half the zones and half the zones till we made the last part, and then we did the full flight. And we also divided into zones because we needed someone to go and get the drone if it landed outside. Because in these areas there will be tremendous a lot of snow, and for me to get there would take days. But the mountain rescue workers would get there very fast. And this is what we were talking about earlier, the restriction area. This one has a meter precision, what is it called? Yeah, thank you, precision. But we have to create a corridor, a restricted airspace of about 7 kilometers wide for it. So this actually occupies a lot of air and free air for other operators to use the air. And as this was our first project in Sweden. Oh, okay. Is it better now? This actually limits other operators to use the area. So in this project, we choose to fly at night, just to not limit anyone. And if there was an ambulance helicopter needing this area, we would just land immediately and close our restricted area. And also this project was flown or made in the transition in between fall and winter, and this is when we have the worst weathers here. So we have temperature inversions and freezing rain and snow and wet snow even. So you can see on the wings. Coming from aviation, icing is really bad. So I thought that would be a very big problem. But we learned that the problem was minor with the icing building up on the wings. I could see it on the instrument sometimes, but we'd never had a quad shoot. And a quad shoot is actually when the drone feels I can't fly anymore, and it lands like a helicopter. So very good experience for us to do this in this kind of mountainous areas and where the weather is bad. And the second project that we had was the cross-border.
Could I say something for the first project?
Oh, yes, of course.
The things we were interested in, which is really good to test, except from all the things Marcus was talking about. When we compared the blood samples that was sent by the drone to the blood samples that was sent by car, the quality was the same. That's a very important thing. So that it didn't get destroyed during the trip because, you know, the weather and how and that sort of thing. So it's very positive.
And I think the last blood test that we flew was flown in minus 24 degrees in 1.5 hours. So it was kind of good, better than expected actually. And the cross-border project is the biggest concern was the switchover. When you pass the border and you're talking on your phone, you'll probably lose the connection and you have to call again. That happened to me every time I crossed the border. So what we did was we did 80 measurement tests of 4G. We had to measure the time to tell the drone you will lose me for an amount of seconds, and if I don't get connection with you again, it will land on a planned point. So I think the worst case scenario was 45 seconds, and the best we had was 10 seconds. So it's way better flying than actually passing the border by car. And here you can see Hans, what he was talking about. This is the Norwegian border. This is Sweden, this is Norway. Here you have a huge restriction area. As soon as you cross the border, there's no restriction area at all. That's because we can fly in a NOTAM in Norway. This is something we issue, and it's an information that is, it's a publication that you need to read before flying, whatever you fly. If you fly a drone, or if you fly a helicopter, or if you fly at Scandinavian Airlines. So then we tell everyone flying in this area in Norway that we will fly here in between these times, and they will be aware of our presence. But the laws are interpreted differently in Norway and Sweden. That's why we need to have this restricted area. This takes 9 to 8 weeks to prepare, and the NOTAM is sent within 12 hours. So it's kind of a big difference. However, the biggest issue with this project was something that I didn't even realize before we started. It was customs, and I was more worried that they were interested what we put in the drone, but they weren't. They were interested in the money. So I had 60 phone calls to the customs, both in Sweden and Norway, and the biggest issue they could see was actually that we had to pay taxes for it in Sweden. So I told them it's registered as an aircraft almost, but a drone in Norway. So they said, no, yeah, but for half an hour, maybe you should register it in Sweden. I was like, no. This doesn't work. So I had to contact the Swedish Transportation Agency, and they actually helped out. And the solution was a flight plan. So Sweden accepted the flight time every time. And then the Norwegians called me and they said, no, you don't need a flight plan. So it was kind of a lot of issues, but it worked out well in the end, and I think we saw a lot of problems that needed to be solved when it comes to the laws. Of course.
Did you not have a flight plan?
We did.
Before you?
It was accepted by Sweden. Right. And when Norway received it in their flight system, they disregarded it or canceled it.
Norway does not need a flight plan?
No. But I said we're required by Swedish authorities to have it. But then Norway said, no, you're not required in Norway, so I'm not going to accept it. But it was accepted in Sweden, but not in Norway.
So just a NOTAM in Norway without a flight plan
Yes.
is sufficient?
Yes.
Wow.
You didn't know. It's very sufficient. So we save 9 weeks of work to fly in Norway.
That'll be difficult to convince others.
Yes. But I guess we're heading in better directions when it comes to the restricted areas, because it's not good for the, we call it blåljusverksamhet, ambulances by air transport, blue light transport, yes. Because we are actually restricting their path. And we're flying with a lot of, we're flying with ADSB, we can fly with transponder, and I'm going to come to that in the next project. And the third project, Tommy Ceder.
Thank you, Marcus. Yes, Tommy Ceder from the municipality of Östersund, health and social care. And I got invited to a conference, Green Flyway conference in June earlier this year. And I had some problems to put myself and my organization in the context of drone transports. But here we are. Me and Marcus, Anne, discussed a couple of cases, and we went on the route to deliver chilled food packages to some citizens within the area of Östersund municipality. And we did last week, starting Tuesday. We flew from Lit to Munkflöhögen. It was about 3.1
Yes, that's correct.
Swedish miles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And we delivered the food to an old lady there, and her son was with us. He was also with us. And we have live radio broadcasting, and the radio went on social media, on Facebook, and they gathered a lot of negative comments. So we have to deal with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I decided we had a VMC condition. It's called, it's due to the weather for other operators to pass over the restriction area. And I felt we had media on site, and I saw the cloud base sinking, and I was like, okay, I have to cancel, unfortunately. And they told us, oh, they have to work on this, it's too slow. But it was safety.
Yeah.
Yes. So this project has, I'm gonna do it like that. We flew as well from the air side of the airport, Bivlos, which is beyond line of sight, to Östersund, or outside Östersund. And this is to fly. This is actually small sectors that we fly drones in. Usually occupy one sector, but the problem this time was that we had to occupy many sectors, which was an issue. But it all worked out really good in the end. And we had VMC kind of a condition, but when I thought of the VMC from my point of view, it would still limit people that are flying above 3,000 feet. So I got a new VMC condition that was even that is not even published. So a cloud base of 3,300 feet and more than 5 kilometers would allow people to pass. So it worked out fine in the end. But when we're talking about restricted areas, some ambulances, etc., they can't pass because we block the airspace. But we do have on board on the drones, we have the ADS-B that you can see here. So you see other traffic, like for instance, this is the ambulance helicopter. You see the distance, where they are, and their height. So this is the kind of communication that we have. So it would actually work that they can see us and we can see them, and they can pass through the restricted airspace, but that's not allowed. So if we had a danger area, that would be solved, more or less. We hope for that to happen later. And we also wanted to fly with transponder, and everyone was happy with that. But then there was a small authority called PTS. I don't know how to say that in English.
The Postal and Telecommunication Agency.
Sounds right. And they said no, because they had decided that small drones should not have transponders, because then the transponder codes would be full. So we couldn't fly with transponders, unfortunately. So that's about it. That's what we have done with the Green Flyway so far. And we hope to see a 2.0.
Thanks, guys. So many cooks to make the soup, many authorities, and they are maybe not completely used to their new role that they will have. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
So while we load up the next presentation, I have for the two presentations we have heard now, life-saving and life-saving and life-supporting in many ways is fantastic. And I found a quote sitting there from Mr. Abraham Lincoln. You may have heard of him. He said, "Next to creating a life, the finest thing we can do is to save one." So I think that's what we heard this new technology can do as well. So we're not just going into the future, creating new business opportunities, but this is really something that can help people and mankind, humanity. So the next presentation, Jan-Olof Ek from Independent Business Group. You are there, the safety director. And probably if I had a list of all your achievements and jobs that you had, it would be so long that we would skip dinner. But you will tell us a little bit about the planned proposal for airspace and ground infrastructure for future transport of goods and passengers in Östersund and Jämtland. That's a very long title.
Yeah, it's too long, I think.
There you are.
Thank you
Please.
very much. Thank you very much for letting me speak here today and take part of this project. It's been really a pleasure. And listening to the other speakers today, I'm really thrilled. So thank you very much. I would like to share with you some of the learnings and some of the information we received during the project regarding the lower airspace. We had some workshop regarding the lower airspace and how to design it, sort of a preparation for a 2.0, I hope. And also some of the learning points from the UTM system we have tried during the project. So I hope you will find it half as interesting as I do, because I really love it. So, and my background, as he kindly put forward, I used to work for SAS, the airline company, as the safety director, and after that I've been the safety director at LFE as well. So I have my background within safety for almost half my life, and that's quite a long time now. We did test a UTM system. That's a system for unmanned aircraft for traffic management, and you need to have it in the lower airspace in order to have an autonomous system, basically. And you need to have some supervision of the drone traffic, basically, in that lower airspace, as you have in the higher airspace for ordinary flights. Nothing complicated really about it. In order to have that, you need to have transponders. You need also in the future to have a track and avoid system and so on, like you have in the rest of the flight, for the rest of the aircrafts. And when you have that in place, you could actually have an autonomous system. So we did test that system from Astra, and I think I have a film showing that one. Okay. First of all, we had some challenges doing the lower airspace design. First of all, and it's been mentioned here quite often, there are regulatory problems. I mean, we need to have corridors, quite big corridors, excluding all other traffics in order to fly drones at the moment. And that's not the way forward. I mean, that's a back end, so to speak. So we need to open that one up. Then, of course, we have some operational issues as well. We need to have some CONOPS, also concepts of operations that are standardized. We don't have that at the moment. So there's a lack of standard. Also lack of standard for the methods and the systems. Sort of, for example, a standard for a UTM system is lacking at the moment. What will Sweden use in the future? The financial part of it and sort of having a business case is quite vital, because otherwise, if you don't have a business system or a business case saying what kind of fees will there be to fly in the airspace, what kind of income can you have, no one will invest in it. So you really need to have a financial system and a business case in order to establish a lower airspace. And finally, the societal allowance. I mean, they are producing noise, for example, the drones. Not like helicopters. Helicopters produce much more noise than drones, but if you have a lot of drones, it could become a real big problem. And in average, when we look at the figures, some 90% of the noise are reduced with a single drone, but the number of the drones will make the problem maybe even worse. So that are some of the challenges we are facing at the moment. Then we did test the UTM system. It was a system from Astra in the Middle East. We equipped 3 drones with transponders. We used the 4G net here in Östersund. We tested the system in real time and had the drones going in conflict to each other to see if it worked. I can say it did. And also, we connected this UTM system with the digital twin here in Östersund for the municipality to make planning. So we have the ground infrastructure in the system as well. And I will show you how we connected the two. No, I will not. Yes. So actually what you see here in this film is the digital twin of Östersund combined with the UTM system. And I believe that's the first time that's established in Sweden whatsoever. It's quite fascinating. Then you only need to add the flights themselves into that film. And we have a film of that as well, but since I was only allowed to talk here for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and the film is 18 minutes long, I decided not to take it. So I hope you can forgive me for that one, but it's quite nice anyhow. Then we had 2 workshops in order to design the lower airspace. First of all, is there a need for a lower airspace? Do we need vertiports? Do we need to go with drones between places in and around Östersund at all? Is there a need for it? We looked into cargo as well as passenger, and following are the highlights. And I will go through them very quickly, so please pay some attention at least. So, first of all, there's a need for a highway from Sundsvall or Östersund and all the way to Trondheim. And that's for drones and or electrical flights then. So that was kind of the starting point. Going further, we saw a need for the drones in the low aspect between Röros, Sveg, Östersund and Trondheim as well. And then of course you have Östersund to Åre for the skiing, and then back to Åre Östersund airport. So you have a triangle there. So go from the airport to the city and to Åre. And then you have the communities around the municipalities in Östersund. You need to go to Lit, Åviken, Brunflo, etc. But also the smaller places around Östersund. We identified a need for some routes concerning growth. Also within Östersund, in the low airspace, for the service houses, elder care, with food, medicine, etc. So there's a need for vertiports in those places as well. Going further, we need the airport, train station, parking houses, etc. in and outside Östersund. Also for transporting both goods and people. And also there's quite a lot of events in Östersund, so we identified the stadium as one important place to be connected both to the airport and to the train station. Cargo nodes, as you all are aware of, in Brunflo, down here the roads are meeting and you have some cargo activities. You need to connect them to Lundvik, up here where also have some cargo activities, and also to the airport of course. Then you have the step stations, the station in the mountains in order to have vacation. They will certainly not have helicopters in the future when you have drone traffics. They want to be green as possible. That's in their DNA, so to speak. So we anticipate they will go to drones as fast as possible. But then you have some problems as well. You have quite a lot of nature reserves in and around Östersund, and probably those areas will be no-fly zones for in the lower airspace using drones because of the wildlife. You need to preserve that one in order to have the citizens' acceptance in the area. And that goes as well as there are quite big military areas, the helicopter landing sites and so on. So, some of the learning points so far is that corridors are actually excluding other operators. But a logistics system could be simulated with an UTM system, if we have that one in place. Regulations needs to be developed. We need to introduce a regulatory sandbox in the area in order to not break the laws, but to change them, maybe. And I say that as a safety person in ground, because some of them are not optimal. We need the digital twin and the UTM system to be aligned and share information in order to have this optimized in the future. With that in place, next step towards a use-based area can be taken. And the challenges are basically the same as before. We have challenges regarding operational, rain, snow, wind, AVTOL activities, and so on. We have regulatory challenges regarding the time frame for the use space in order to allow this to happen. We need standards. That goes for positioning system, which we are working on right as we speak. We need a standard for the UTM system and so on. We need to make some sort of financial statement. What kind of fees will there be going in this area, landing fees, etc. And then I think for the society, I think noise will be one of the biggest issues to address in the future. So next steps, and I think the next steps here in a 2.0 will be the first steps towards an autonomous system. We need to have a regulatory sandbox. We need to go from point to point to a logistics system. I don't think a point-to-point will solve any problems in the future. I think we need to make a lot of simulations in the digital twin and in the UTM system in order to create a business system. I think we need to test cargo and introducing AVTOL in the area. And I think the UTM system with transponder and positioning system with avoiding the restricted areas could be a way forward. And I think we need to establish concept of operations. Any questions? Yes? What do you mean? The public? For the citizens. Yeah. Of course. Yes, I totally agree. I would like them to see the UTM system, see what we can do really, because it's sort of science fiction for many of the citizens. And I think the worst case scenario is that we have the same debate regarding the drones in the future as we have for the, what do you call them, windmills or something in English? Also vindkraftverk. I mean, we all want them, but not near us. So we need to include them as soon as possible. I think that's important. Thank you very much for a good question. Any more questions? Yes?
For your digital twin, can that, you foresee that also to forecast the noise contours over the city?
Yes, I think we can, because you have the distance to the houses, and we are currently working in a project with the Naturvårdsverket. I don't know the English name for it.
National Environmental Protection.
Yeah. To go together with the Royal Technical University in Stockholm to look into the noise problem. I think it will be a very big issue. So you need to include it when the municipality who owns the lower airspace is planning for the routes in the future, because we need to have the roads, just as we have on the ground, we need to have them in the air as well. Yes?
I just want to comment on the gentleman at the back. I think that's a very good comment you made, and something that will come out in the drone strategy in November is this concept of living laboratory, which is being designed or promoted specifically to invite families, students, and common citizens to come to a central place and be able to see, as you said, UTM system, drone flights, even try and take the flight that we took for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because really, that's the best way to change someone's ideas. And the recommendation is likely to be that living laboratories will be created either in or close to a regulatory sandbox, because that's where the action is going to be.
Exactly.
So something for you guys to aim for in 2.0.
And I also think we need to highlight all the benefits the drones can do everything from heart starters to drone ambulances, the police using drones already, etc. So there are quite a lot of low-hanging fruits to show the people living in the area. Yes.
What is your view on the following? So, right now, when projects are proposed to develop corridors,
yes,
the sort of the feedback that is not the right way of thinking. We should be thinking more in terms of not corridors, but rather town squares.
Well, you have a purpose with the corridors, but honestly, when the corridors are becoming too many, they also become a problem, and that could be a quite big problem for the society. I mean, it's been mentioned here, the ambulance, then you need to close down the corridor immediately, and then you need to make a landing. But if you have many corridors, I mean, then it's a problem. I mean, the pilots for the helicopters need to read all those restricting areas, and if there are too many, the problem is becoming even worse. I think we need to cooperate with them, not work against them. I mean, drone will not substitute the helicopters. They will work side by side. Yes?
Yeah, I want to join in that.
Yes?
Because I see now there is a tendency between the traditional aviation community and the drone community that one points finger at each other.
Exactly.
So like in the traffic, road traffic, like when people in the car would point at bikes and say, oh, they don't know how to drive, and the others would do the reverse thing. In the project, the Horizon 2020 project, AirMore, which
Yeah.
I've been engaged in, we're looking into the possibility of healthcare transport in urban areas with the drones. And we had demos in Stavanger just recently, last week actually. And then we had a restricted area around a small lake where we had the flight with a small drone simulating the transport of blood sample, because the real drone broke down. So we had to use another drone that couldn't carry the weight, but it doesn't matter. It flew from A to B and to a place, a grassy place, where we were standing waiting. And during this time, there were other aviators coming into that area, 2 helicopters and 1 drone.
Yeah.
Not that we saw them, but they were entering into the restricted area. So I think this will be a giant problem, and it will grow until we find the way how to solve this.
Yeah.
That's very good pointed out.
Yeah, I can agree to some extent, but we need to cooperate between the different operators in the lower airspace. I mean, the drones will not replace the helicopters. They would be an additional traveling and additional cargo. So they will go side by side. And I mean, we have quite a lot of airspace in Sweden. I mean, we're not the Netherlands or something like that. So I think we have pretty good chances here in Sweden to do it in a very good manner, to be honest. Yes?
I talked to the guys that make the streaming, and they are photographers. They work with the drones,
yes,
like professionals. And can you imagine that the land survey authorities in Sweden, they have to analyze every single drone shot, if it's, you can see the horizon or some different kinds of areas. And in spring, it took 5 days to get this process done. Today, it takes 50 days. So it's 10 times more days to do this analyzing. So I wrote to the financial department, which is the authorities department, and they say they have, it just it came as an explosion with drone shots that has to be analyzed, and the authorities, the state isn't, well, they was taken by surprise.
Yeah, and we can see that by the regulator as well. They need to staff up, and they are doing it actually as we speak. but there are too few people. In order to get a SORA analysis approved by the regulator in Sweden, it takes several weeks, and it's not acceptable in the long run, of course. So, okay. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Oh, there it works. So thanks a lot for that presentation. I think there's also there quite a lot of interesting things to take forward into any project, certainly Green Flyway 2.0 or 3.0 when we're at 10.0. But eventually, all these projects have to be evaluated. And we have now an external evaluator in the form of Thomas Malmer. So without further ado, let us hear from your perspective about some evaluation.
Thank you. And I know that you really don't want to sit here. Actually, you want to go down to the bar and get a beer just to relax before dinner. So I'm just going to talk for about 45 minutes to an hour. Not. I was actually going to use some slides, but I skipped them, and then I just keep up to some reflections about this project, because I have had the task to follow this project and do an evaluation along the project, and this has been really a pleasure, since I'm really interested in airspace and flying and everything like that. Otherwise, I work as an independent consultant in the intersection between policy, technology, and the business sectors. I've been in venture capital, and I've been in the governmental offices, and I've been in different lobby organizations. But I work with analysis and policy development, basically. So the purpose with this follow-up and this evaluation is actually two things. One thing is, of course, to see that the project did what it's supposed to do, and that was a very easy task to do, because it was just to see that everything is done, and that's okay. And the other thing that is actually more interesting is to see what can we learn from this project if we're going to take it forward to a Green Flyway 2.1. And what I really like with this project is that it's a to-do project. I mean, they have really seized all the opportunities that came up along the way. And as you have heard this afternoon, they have done lots of different things when it comes to showing the potential with electric flying cross-border in mountain areas and all that. And they also showed the potential with drones, how you can use it for blood samples or milk samples, and or even deliver beef to people. So there are so many opportunities that they have really shown that's possible to do. But what they have also done that I think is interesting is that along the way they have supported lots of other projects that have come up. They have seen the potential in different areas and supported other things that we have heard about earlier today. Like, for instance, the green wing that will be developed here in Östersund, where they make a new wing for the black wing airplane for an electrical propulsion. And they have also done other projects like the Magi, where they look at the runways and the icing, all that from drones. And that is something that nobody could see before the project started, that they were supposed to do this. So they have really seen the potential in all this, and that is really good. And of course, I've created lots of other results along the way in this. And one of the main purposes with this project was to contribute to sustainable development in different ways, and they have really done that. If we look at the environmental part, it's how can you fly and deliver things with no emissions. If you look at the societal parts, this is very much about the regional perspective. How can we contribute to work in Röros and Östersund? For instance, and the economical perspective is much about smarter and cheaper solutions to do this kind of transportation that we need. And then, of course, there are some learnings between Sweden and Norway, between these countries, and we have heard lots about the legislation process and the regulatory sandbox and how hard that has been in Sweden. And I really think that Sweden has something to learn from Norway in the way that the Norwegian agencies are working with this issue, because it's so much easier and they are much more pro this, and they see the potential and they try to solve the problem instead of maybe just say that it's hard and we have to think about it, because we think a lot in Sweden and that takes time. And we really don't have that time if we're going to do something. If there's something that Norway can learn from Sweden, it could be about the collaboration between Swedish universities and the business sector, because it's quite developed in Sweden if we compare to Norway. And I think that's a good thing also, because if we look at these areas like drones and electrical flight, this is really an important part to do something good with all the knowledge that we build up in institutes or universities. And then, of course, the project has developed new networks along the way between many actors that has met in this room at these conferences, but also in other places, and continued to meet to develop different things. And a last thing that I think is good when it comes to results is to contribute to a better image of the airline industry and all that, and shown the potential in the green development and the potential in sustainable development. So there are, I would say, some success factors that we can learn from this project. And one is walk the talk and really do things, because this project has really done a lot of things. And another thing is, of course, to seize opportunities along the way, because this project has done so much more than it was intended to in the beginning. And that is really a learning, I think, from projects, because it's very easy to start projects and set up all the plans of what we're going to do, but then it's another thing to really execute this and get the things done. And most infrastructure is in place, as we have heard about. We have the charging stations, and we have the airspace, and so on. So we have lots of these basic things that's really needed to develop this test area. And then they have built lots of competence, and they have really reached out. And that's even though that we have had the pandemic. And I think in the project plan, they said that they were going to have at least 10 seminars during these 2 years. They have had so far 32. So that is so much more, and I think that is really a point that even if we had Corona, we could use the web for webinars and so on, and we reached out to many more people, and in the airline community, but also in other businesses. And that is really, really good, because we have something to build on. And then one last success factor, I would say, is broad communication in this project. It's not about just reach the people in the business sector. It's also to reach out to other people and show the potential with green aviation. And when we have done this measurements of how many people we have reached, it's over 1 million people that have been that have seen or read something about Green Flyway along the way. And that is really, really good, just to build the knowledge and build the positive picture of what's going on in the airline sector. So if I'm going to do a short summary of this Green Flyway 1.0 so far, I would say that there is a vision and ambition in place. There is also the infrastructure in place for taking this forward with the charging stations and beginning with airspace and so on. And they have also done a proof of concept and showed that this really works. So we have something to build on. And then I would say that the area, Röros and Jämtland and Trøndelag and Östersund, are known now as, or connected to green aviation in one way or another. And that is also good if we're going to take this forward and do something more. So at last, if there are going to be a Green Flyway 2.0, I think some important things to focus on is the commercialization part, and how should this be done, because that has to do about how should we set up the business model for this, how should it work, how should it be organized, and also test it on the market, because if this is going to be a long-lasting organization or a business, someone has to pay for it, and in the long run, and it should be the manufacturers of airplanes or drones, I think. And then, of course, there is this piece with regional development and the development of new routes and so on. If there is something that could be done, that could be an interesting thing as well. So that was just some short reflections so far, and all this is written in a report that will, I don't know if it will be published or so later, but at least it will be available somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So, yes, you will probably be back and tell us about the next project whenever that comes, and you will evaluate that. But before we get even close to that, I would like to invite some of the speakers to join me here, and we will have a short discussion, because we know that the dinner's soon waiting, and there are probably 100 emails or so in every inbox here waiting to be answered and handled. But we'll take the opportunity also for you guys to ask questions. And if you feel that you've been sitting too long, please stand up. Munish, Kai, Gudbrand, Jan-Olof, Hans och Katarina. Ja, där är du. We can also work with the microphone. I think it's quite easy around. Yeah. Oh, there you go. So I thought we would first start with a show. Yeah. We'll first start, and if you want to stand up because you feel like, oh, this is too long, do that. It's no problem. So I would start with a very short reflection, and I can summarize it in maybe 2 sentences. This is all about change, and we have to be ready for some quite substantial change management on all levels. This is, whatever we discuss, this kind of new area of aviation, we know that we have to do a lot in not many years to reach forward. But having said that, I would like to just pass the microphone around, and maybe you just say what comes to your mind after listening now and speaking as well this first half day, and then we open up for questions and comments from the floor. Is that okay? Good. Katarina.
Great, thank you. I think one of the biggest challenges we have is that we don't have a common idea on where do we want to be at a certain point of time. I think we have different pictures of that, but they are going to be very different, and that's okay. But if we want to join hands and really do this, since it's a great challenge, I think we really need to talk more, spread our information more, learn from each other, etc. And I think there are white parts or black parts of the system today that we need to cover in order to go there.
Thank you very much. As always, when it comes to change many things, I think we all need to join hands and look forward and cooperate. It's not we against them or anything like it. It's us together. And I think that's the main issue, actually.
Thank you. If you think about the main or one of the key issues with running an airport is to make it safe and reliable. And people, when they would like to travel in 2030 or 2040, I think it's probably the same. So we have to take that into account. Safe, reliable, make it more flexible, and also more autonomous solutions than we have today. And well, that's my key issues. Safe and reliable should be the bottom line for all of us working with this. If we cannot show the society that we can do this both safe and reliable in the future, we would probably not continue in the same jobs and in the same projects as today. Thank you.
I think they have your mic. Does it work? Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it short. I think we need to focus on the bigger picture. Drones and electric aviation, all that is a part, it's a means to achieve something.
And therefore, I think we should first look at the bigger picture. Which problems are we trying to solve? Societal problems, to improve the lives of citizens, and then try and home in on how best to solve, and what can electric aviation do, what can eVTOLs do, and all that, and not get stuck into the too much detail too quickly. So focus on bigger things.
Well, yes, and it seems like. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay. Oh, I didn't hear myself. So, one thing that I'm struck by, that we are so. Well, we are looking. We have our mind map, which we are following, or we think that as it is today, it must be to tomorrow. It's difficult to think out of the box and see the possibilities and the challenges that we have there, and it's difficult to imagine. But I mean, if we follow this, what are the needs actually, and what are the when we're looking upon eVTOLs, it's mostly described as a problem solver for large cities with congestions. We don't have that problem here in our region. We have relatively large cities, we think, with 60,000 or 100,000 inhabitants or something like that. I mean, they are minor if you compare with Shanghai or Los Angeles or something like that, where you have these. But what we have actually is the sparsely populated area and the big distances that we have to overcome, like described today from Funäsdalen, the inhabitants that are not having the same service when it comes to healthcare as others. And that there are solutions that are there to come over these obstacles and see that we are talking about now is something. This is aviation, but not aviation as we regard it, flying to Stockholm or even to Canary Islands or something like that, or to Turkey. No, this is something very much different. It must be more compared with actually how we are looking upon collective traffic as a whole in regions today. Connecting people, connecting the business. Well, I mean, the children go to school and the pensioners coming to service, but also those who are daily commuting or commuting once a week or twice a week or something like that. And see that this is making a lot of possibilities to really not only to integrate, but also, I mean, it's called enlargement of regions, but it's also regional integration, that it connects. And today we see it as everything is going in a hub and spoke system, and we cannot really see and understand or even imagine that this could really make some difference and make it that we are flying from a lot of spots to a lot of spots in a network, and that this technology will enable that. And in thin routes where you have no, I mean, this is sustainable issues towards the issue, but environmentally it's sustainable, and it could be also societally sustainable, but is it economically sustainable? Probably, yes, if you use the technique in the right way. So to see these opportunities, this is the big hurdle for me, to try to describe this, to paint up this vision. I think that is my mission, so to say, that I try to do. A long reflection. It was a speech.
Should I really say something, or rather than going back to let's go for dinner and have a drink maybe? But no, I think you summed it up nicely. I think what I really took today is that looking into the future, I think there's in popular culture there's, let's say, a tendency to look more to the dystopia, the dark future, and all kind of things that happen badly. But what we heard today is a lot of very concrete visions of how the future can look like in terms of transport, in terms of imagine people having a defibrillator, the difficult word of the day. Having food delivered in rural areas. I mean, there's so much of a vision for that, for a positive future that then means that once we have that vision, like Munir said, we look for the big picture. That is the big picture. Let's find solutions that make that happen. And I mean, from a EASA perspective, of course, I can only continue to invite you all to comment on the regulations that are coming out, where free routing is one of the issues to make it possible that we don't have only corridors, but the drones flying with other actors in the system. So there's a lot of thinking going on there. It's not trivial, but with that vision in front of us, I think it's very much possible to do that. And what I take away from today is all levels are very much aware of this challenge and are trying to work together. So that's that's what it takes.
Yeah, so let me see. Questions. It's been a long day. Should we start there and then move onwards? I bring the microphone so that we know that our digital participants also can hear us. Yeah, Mats Berlin from Swedavia Airports. I think the biggest success, I would say, with this was learning by doing, because by doing, you kind of stumble into the hurdles that you didn't even know about. And that is so hard to do within a conference room and sitting with people that say yes and people that really love drones. So I think the biggest success, disregarding of everything else, I would say that you have done it in a very do it kind of way, and I think that should also be the kind of guiding light going into 2.0, and maybe even do it even more next time, and invite others to look at this and do it more publicly as well, if possible. Thank you. Thank you. So more reflection. I move here towards this end of the room.
Hello there, Bengt Moberg. In 1999, in the Freer 3 trials orchestrated by Eurocontrol Experimental Center, the questions regarding free flight, free airspace, and remotely operated vehicles, as it was named then, were all addressed. It's 23 years later now. How do we make something happen? These questions were addressed 1999 by Eurocontrol Experimental Center. How do we make it happen faster than the coming 23 years?
Thank you. Monish, do you want to take that one?
Well guessed. Yeah. Well, I think you name one of them, but I think I look at more, perhaps more from the way the world we live in has evolved. I think if we could redo all the things that we did in 1999 today, and effectively we are doing it, but let's imagine if it was done today, I think the results and the pace, had we started from today, would be much faster, because we live in a very different world. The whole emphasis on climate has changed our thinking dramatically, absolutely. And even now, I keep on and on about the EU drone strategy, that is a part or an action, one of the actions of the smart and sustainable strategy, to how to achieve the overall bigger goal of living in a better organized, better world. The other thing that I would say today is, whilst the technical and operational capabilities of Eurocontrol particularly are still as strong as they were in 1999, no doubt, I think the political scenario has changed dramatically as such. Pandemic has taught us a lot of lessons. It has taught us to be more efficient, more cost-effective. And I'm very optimistic that all the things that me and my colleagues did in 1999, actually it was my colleagues, I wasn't working at Eurocontrol then, that my colleagues did in 1999, those concepts haven't been forgotten, and a lot of those have actually evolved into, no doubt, some research projects, and I think you mentioned the Single European Sky stuff. I won't go into the Single European Sky dimension as such, because that's a much bigger dimension, but I think we're evolving more and more from it. But that knowledge is not lost, but I just think that today the needs and demands are very different. So I'm quite positive and optimistic that the trajectory now will be quicker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have another comment, maybe?
Yeah, thank you very much, Bengt, for that question. Not only Eurocontrol misjudged the situation back in those times. I mean, you and I worked with the free routing in SAS at that moment. But in 2013, Amazon had a press release saying that from now on we will distribute our goods through drones. It's 9 years ago, and actually nothing has happened. They had really big problems, actually in all the areas I was talking about earlier, the regulations, the society, and so on. So they didn't have a concept of operations even. And I think we learned quite a lot since 1999 and 2013. And the development has been quite big using the autonomous systems. So I used to work for the retail company ICA here in Sweden, and they are building autonomous warehouses, for example. And the autonomous industry today, compared to 2013, is completely changed with standards for boxes and so on. So I think the starting point today is quite different. Thank you.
So maybe the stars start to be aligned.
Yes.
There you go. A question, a comment?
Yeah. Thank you for a great day and great presentations. If I may push the panel one bit further, how can we become better at cooperating and in terms of gross national product, gross Scandinavian product, gross European product in competition with the rest of the world? How to?
How much time have we got? I don't know, maybe somebody else can start up. I've got a few things to say, but go ahead.
It's a conference topic, of course. I think there's a couple of answers to that, and of course the drone strategy that has been mentioned a couple of times is one of them. What we are doing in Europe is putting together a policy framework that helps to enable that. Standards are part of it, so we are just playing a role. Standards are on let's say we see standards as an advantage for the region. The good standards that work, are an advantage for the region. Like the GSM standard at the time, I think was one good example. So I think that's part of the answer. Then of course the funding has to come with it. There, I dare to say that Europe is good in putting quite a lot of money on the table, but making that effective broadly and combining it with private venture capital. That's probably an area that is something where we can get better at. But that's my take.
And I think to complement what you just said, Kai, I think we're not all that bad. Let me tell you we'll give you some evidence. Just take the drone stuff. We did there's an association called GUTMA, I think it's Global UTM Association, some of you may have figured out. Together we did a mapping exercise about 6 to 9 months ago. We looked at when the whole drone thing started. It was way back in 2013-14, and it kicked off really properly in the United States. And we in Europe were still trying to figure it all out and stuff. And then the Australians and Japanese came as such. We came much later. But if I look today on where we are versus where all the other regions are, we're actually ahead of them. I'm happy to say that even in public as such. And the reason why I think we are ahead of them is I think in Europe we have converted our weakness into our strength. Because a lot of the people outside Europe think that trees and we keep talking and we're trying to satisfy everyone, what comes out of it is not the best solution, but the common minimum denominator. Maybe that's true, no doubt, but when you're looking at something as new as this, as radical and disruptive as this, once we get through these initial barriers of discussing all these and we come up together. And when we come up, with the help of EASA and European regulation rules supported by Eurocontrol, no doubt, but when we come up and we get to that level point field, then we make a huge progress. And we've seen that now. We do a lot of work at Eurocontrol with FAA in the United States, NASA, the Australian guys, or Singaporean guys as such and all that. The mood has changed. 2 years ago, we were more after them. So what are you doing? So what's happening over there? What's happening in LA and DC? Now it's the other way. We get a lot more calls now from them saying, okay, so because if the political scene in the United States has changed, and that's why I said, there's sometimes the ideas are too early, and the context and the environment isn't ready. It's just when everything comes together, the Swiss cheese model, really then in a positive way, that's really when it happens. So I don't think we're that bad. I think we're doing well. We're doing well.
Thanks a lot. We're doing quite well, and I think these guys and everyone else who has delivered speeches or contributed online or physically have made a great job today. We are a little bit over schedule, and I would like to see with Anne what time we start tomorrow. 8 o'clock, no mercy. Okay. I'm supposed to start actually, so no mercy. So, well, thanks a lot for everyone here, and I think you can all give yourself a hand as well. This conversation, let's bring that to the dinner tables. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow.